source of life on our planet. In fact, trace amounts of methane, which could have also been observed in the geysers that are presumably shot out of Enceladus from these hydrothermal vents. So that's out already to Saturn, and now New Horizons discovered that Pluto also probably has a ocean that's covered up by the surface ice. So if the habitable zone goes from the clouds of Venus to the ocean of Pluto and maybe even further, what good is this entire notion of the habitable zone anyway? And in fact, this is not just a theory. I mean, this is NASA and many other space agencies are betting their budgets on the idea that the habitable zone is much broader than just the Earth and a little in and a little out from the Earth, because we're sending spacecraft to Saturn and Jupiter and so forth, looking for the signs of life.
I've always found that to be really, really unusually interesting as far as discoveries within my lifetime, because back in the 1980s, as an amateur astronomer and teenager, I was like, there was only Earth, and maybe there might be something at Mars. We had this labeled release experiment that came back positive and stuff like that. But now the entire Kuiper Belt could be full of objects that have liquid water oceans because of radioactive decay in their cores. So there are habitable places in the solar system we don't even know exist yet.
Yeah, and not only, and I think we need to take even the word place as and look at it more broadly, because if you think of every hydrothermal vent and every pond and every cloud as a potential harbinger for the creation of life, then there could be billions or trillions of possible habitats for life in our solar system. So if we come up with, and if in our discoveries we do discover a sui generis form of life within our own solar system, in other words, a living or fossilized life form anywhere in our solar system that doesn't share our origin, in other words, we by panspermia did not arrive on Earth, or vice versa, that our biology has not infected that planet, but it's truly an independent genesis of life. And if we found that second origin of life within our own solar system, then it can only mean that life must be ubiquitous throughout the solar system. And so if the frequency of life throughout the solar system is again 1 or near 1, it can come right out of the Drake equation. It doesn't mean anything, because 1 times everything is just everything all over again. So you can march right through the Drake equation and rip it apart in 3 different ways, or many different ways, and come to the conclusion that it's basically worthless. And no solution to the Drake equation that we can pencil in any way, shape, or form is definitive. The solutions have been offered that go from 1, ourselves, n equals 1, us, to n equals 10 to the power of 8, and everything in between. So an equation that yields no definitive answer, but only asks the question, means basically it's crazy making, and let's just get back to doing SETI and searching for the answer, because that's the only way we're going to find it, is by searching.
You got to look if you're going to find anything, and if you don't look, you don't find anything at all. Now, a lot of people will make the case that we're already seeing evidence, of which I disagree with that
1 second.
somewhat strongly, but they say there's evidence that there's a civilization here in the form of the UAP-UFO phenomenon. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I don't know anything more about UAPs than I do from
I
the general
can't see
media.
what just happened.
I come to
1
SETI from the
second.
perspective of astronomy and as a businessman.
Somebody follow?
And try to ask what is ET's best
Angel's
way
mommy.
to communicate with us. And I came to the conclusion, quite independently,
Humble tip of the hat. Thank you for the follow.
And subject of UFOs. I've never seen a UFO. I've certainly never been beamed up by one. And come to a kind of similar solution, that ET's best way of making contact with us is to come here physically. However, I'm very unpersuaded by the evidence that I've seen to date on UAPs.
What am I doing?
All of us carry around first-grade cameras in our pockets, and yet I haven't seen any first-grade pictures. If 40 strangers to each other all took out their cameras or their iPhones in an airplane and filmed the same UAP, that I would find impressive. But so far I haven't seen I haven't seen that evidence. I don't have an explanation for why there are no sonic booms. The very immense accelerations that are reputedly attributed to UAPs are only accompanied by sonic booms. So where are the sonic booms? I presume that ET is not able to change the law of physics, and physics demands that when the air is pushed around at that great speed, it creates the shock waves. I haven't seen the multi-sensory evidence for UAPs. I guess I've heard that there may be some radar corroboration that would be interesting. I haven't personally seen it in the newspapers. So at this point, I'm dubious. One thing I think is certain, though, that if UAPs are in our atmosphere and are alien, that they are robotic. The very accelerations that have been attested to so many times, incapable from human machines, would presumably create life-destroying G-forces on any little green men who would be in those machines. Again, they can't escape the laws of physics any more than we can.
Yeah, and also to add something to that is the fact that if you move something through Earth's atmosphere that rapidly, it's going to look like a giant meteorite. It's going to be so subject to friction.
Yeah.
And yet we don't really see that with the reports. At the same time,
I'm looking for?
If evidence were to surface that met that bar.
What was I looking for?
And that's really, you have to remember we're talking about the bar of science. Then, okay, there we go. Let's study it. But I just have not seen enough to push me over the edge.
Yeah, no, I agree with you entirely. Let's continue to study the phenomenon. Certainly take measurements. Certainly everybody keep their cell phones handy to photograph or any UAPs and collect evidence and so on. I absolutely don't believe in any governmental conspiracy. That to me is just crazy thinking. Because look, such conspiracy would have to go through probably about 10 presidential administrations, that it would have to be international in scope because presumably UAPs are not just an American phenomenon. Can you even imagine Donald Trump, whether you vote for him or against him, do you believe that he would have kept it secret from the public? Can you imagine all the thousands of people throughout the 2 or 3 generations of UAP secret holders who would know this and not one of them ever reveal it, even on their deathbed or in a leaked package to the New York Times? No, there's no conspiracy out there. There's simply just a lack of evidence.
There is certainly conspiracy within the U.S. government to spend money unwisely. That's about all we ever find. But who knows? These situations can change on a dime, and we all learn something new. Now, there has been within the history of SETI a number of interesting signals, enigmatic ones, but most well known is the WOW signal. And one of the hallmarks of the WOW signal was that it was very strong, 30 sigma detection at the Big Ear telescope. And it was where SETI astronomers sometimes say, well, we need a frequency to look at, so let's look at the hydrogen line where neutral hydrogen emits radiation. And lo and behold, we see it. We see the strong signal. And it never repeats. Nothing we can do with it other than say, that was interesting. But do you think that a signal like that was perhaps more likely to be close than distant?
Yes. Well, let me make 2 points on that. One is that there have been very few follow-up studies of the WOW coordinates. There have been far fewer than people seem to imagine, that we've gone back and back and back and never seen anything again. Actually, there hasn't been that much. People have gone back and looked at it, but for 10 minutes here or an hour there, not persistently. But what no one has done is simply regarded as an object in our own solar system that was in transit at that point. So I would want to ask the question immediately, what else was in that field of view at that particular time? Was there an asteroid in that field of view? And if so, where's that asteroid now? That's where you want to look. Not in the coordinates of the WOW system itself, but in the coordinates of wherever the asteroid might be today. But it also tells me 2 things about the standard paradigm of SETI, which is observing stars. The typical paradigm is you observe a star for 10 minutes and then you move on to the next star and then move on to the next star and so forth. One of the big problems with that is follow up. If analysis is done in real time, which is rare, then you've got to have another telescope on call to immediately, uh, confirm the observation. But much, much, much better would be to have another telescope that is in more or less the same longitude, but a different latitude, to be observing in tandem. No telescope should be looking at stars individually. They should be doing it at least in pairs, so that the second telescope can always confirm the first telescope. Can you imagine if Arecibo at the same time as the Big Ear was looking at the same WOW coordinates and saw the same thing? Then bingo, we'd all be popping the champagne and we'd have ourselves a confirmed detection. So to me, the idea of using just one telescope at a time is absolute folly. Now, however, most SETI is done offline, that is after the fact, and this is what happened at Ohio. It was days later or whatever that somebody looked at the printout. Well, immediately what you should be doing is assuming a signal is in the foreground and not the background. You can observe okay in the background, but you should now not just ask yourself, as I did, is whether there was an asteroid in the field of view, but assume now that it was just a free orbiting UAP or probe. What you need to do is then slew the telescope in a spiral around the spot of the original observation and just keep spiraling outwards, because you don't know what the orbital characteristics of the probe were, so you don't know in which direction it would be going. So the only way to determine it is to make a spiral around it and go as far out as possible. So that's my beef, if you will, with the WOW signal. Nobody confirmed it. Nobody was there with the second telescope, and nobody asked the question.
I needed to take
what
a
else
drink
was
with
in that field of view at that time, and nobody slewed the telescope in a spiral. So a lost opportunity. Let's move on.
Yeah, unfortunately, that telescope wasn't even capable of it. It was pretty well fixed, yeah.
No, it was that telescope would not have been capable of it, but another telescope, the second telescope, might have been able to. Yeah.
Now, with today's equipment, let's take the Allen telescope array. Could you do it with that? I mean, can you self-confirm it by separating out two of the dishes and making separate observations with separate receivers and do it that way? Or do we not quite have that capability with that instrument?
It's certainly better than nothing, okay? Yes, you can do that with the Allen telescope array. You can form separate beams. However, it doesn't get away from the problem of somebody's microwave oven, because the telescope dishes are near to each other. They're only tens of meters, a few tens of meters apart from each other, or even less. So it doesn't get away from the problem of a very localized RFI or radio frequency interference that's affecting both dishes. It doesn't get away from the problem of a localized hoax. So it helps. It's better with the Allen telescope array, where you can split it up into several beams, but it's not an ironclad solution to the problem.
That's one of the things that always worried me about the WOW signal, is that if you got some college student that's at the Ohio State University and they're like, I'm going to go and mess with the radio astronomers and just put a little signal into that feed horn and not the second one and pull something like that, because
it's not an ironclad solution to the problem.
That's one of the things that always worried me about the WOW signal, is that if you got some college student that's at the Ohio State University and they're like, I'm going to go and mess with the radio astronomers and just put a little signal into that feed horn and not the second one and pull something like that, because again, that would explain the strong signal. But it is interesting. At the same time, though, do you think that with other signals, and there's only been a few that were really interesting, but with other signals, do you think maybe that we might have too stringent of criteria? Because sometimes, and I can't remember the name of the signal, but it actually repeated 3 times. And it was, very, very weak. And then it was just basically abandoned and said, well, this is so weak, it's nothing. Do you think that that's prudent, and to sort of not follow up on signals like that?
Yeah, well, I don't know which exact signal you're referring to, but there are transients and our SETI analysis is only as good as our as the algorithms that we run. It could be that the signal looks different than our algorithms pick up. Again, it really points to the necessity of doing SETI on multiple telescopes at the same time, looking at the same target. That's the best check on the system, because if you've got a weak signal, as you've characterized, one that was marginal, maybe it's something, maybe it's not something. If another telescope picked it up, it would magnify the significance of the observation many-fold.
Now, John, there is a sort of elephant in the room in that what if we do detect a signal and we do find a proof positive of the existence of an alien civilization out there somewhere? What do we do? What do we do after detection? What is the protocols that we should put into place once we find some kind of signal, whether near or far?
In my view, the detection of a signal is SETI, it is science. But from the exact moment of detection and thereafter, it leaves.
Great, so now it won't give me... What the fuck? What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck, how do I want to go in? Fuck. Hicksville is Emercom, so can't I get it to the main entrance from here? What the fuck? pretty sure that was a player. I'm gonna smoke the rest of this cigarette real quick. Coasting this down that hallway and to the left. And Trend and Dino. Fuck! Wrong buttons! I shouldn't have been smoking a cigarette right then. Goes to my fucking G-Force overlay. Fuck! Right when I decided to smoke a cigarette. I fucked up that one. That was all on me. Fuck me. At least I got one of the USECs I needed. God damn it. Shit, I need to go get water from the main house. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Leaves the field of science and enters the field of public policy. SETI scientists at
La la
that
la.
point need to stand back,
I had to go
get out
get
of the way,
water,
and
and I
just
had to
take
go
a
get coffee
secondary
to drip.
advisory role to the main action, which has to be diplomatic. And so, what I have recently called for is the creation of an international treaty governing all aspects of post detection. And I regard this as extraordinarily urgent. And why is it so urgent? Because this is not a, we're in a very new age as of right now, and as that anything that is heretofore existed for a lot of different reasons. One, because money is now flowed into SETI,
Wait,
there
what?
is more SETI being conducted today than used to be conducted in a whole year. So a single day of SETI is more productive today than a whole year's worth of SETI was just a few years ago. That's because of the money that is now with Breakthrough Listen in the SETI Institute, and very particularly because the Chinese are also in the field and also using their telescope, their radio telescope, which is the largest single dish radio telescope in the world, the FAST telescope, for the purposes of SETI. Because the Chinese are now in the field, that opens up a whole another host of issues. Will they immediately take their detection of SETI and share it with the world, just as our SETI scientists are committed to doing? I don't think so. Uh, I, my own personal bet is they'll stamp it top secret, and that'll be the end of the subject for as far as we understand it in the West. It's also because our leakage, our I Love Lucy signal, that's our television broadcasts of the 1950s and the radio signals before that, are expanding through space at the speed of at the distance of 1 light year per year. You know, more and more stars are coming within that envelope of our unintentional leakage, and therefore we might be hearing signals from stars that are close into us. And because the SETI today that we're doing is so much more powerful than the SETI we were doing in the past, the algorithms are more powerful, the telescopes are sometimes bigger and better, and particularly because of Moore's law, the back end has expanded, exponentially, or the power of the back end. So there are all these drivers, plus the fact that if I'm correct, and that the first detection we make is of a local probe and not of a distant star system, that local probe every year is having more and more time to watch I Love Lucy in reruns and tap into our internet and learn our math from Khan Academy and learn our English from Sesame Street. And the likelihood keeps growing every year that probe will have absorbed enough, decoded enough, that it feels confident enough, if that's the term you can attribute to an artificial intelligence, to be able to then open up that channel of communication. So it's
What?
urgent that we get our act
I
together.
did.
Right now,
I
there
did
is no
top brand and
understood
avocado just now.
protocol for post detection. I'll give you a very, very simple situation, and one that's extraordinarily fraught.
Wait,
Let
me
us
see
say,
something.
for the sake of example, that I've been wrong in suggesting that we'll hear from probes, and we in
You have to
fact
do
hear
it
from
all
a
on
star
one
system
go.
that may be let's say 1,000 light years away, and it's a list of prime numbers or something that
In the
that they've
same
signaled to
raid.
us. What do? Well, I don't know.
Shit.
Do we answer? Do we send back our list of prime numbers and signal to them? In effect, we interpret their download of prime numbers as their invitation to open a conversation. We upload our list of prime numbers to answer them and say, yeah, we're open to it also. Or at least that's what the implication is. Should we send a signal or should we not send a signal? It's, the obvious answer may be yes. The non-obvious answer maybe no, because maybe it's too risky. Maybe this is just a bad actor civilization that is effectively using echolocation to locate its prey. In other words, if we answer back, we tell them exactly where we are, and the next thing we know, we've invited our own destruction. So I'm not saying we shouldn't answer that. What I am saying is that who gets to decide this yes or no, possibly life changing act? Well, obviously, it should be democratically decided. The best we can do at this point is to work through the United Nations and make a decision among nations. But how is that decision made? Is it made by a vote of 3/4 of the countries of the General Assembly? Is it by the 2/3 of the vote of the Security Council? How? What? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But as we think about it, we must think about the answer to that today, not in the future. Why? Because we may need to react in moments and have our answer to these questions ready on the instant. Why? Because if that civilization of 100 light years away or 1,000 light years away is like us, where we listen to each individual star for a 10-minute period and then we move on to the next one, maybe they're signaling to us for 10 minutes and waiting for a response. So if they're 1,000 light years away, they point their antenna towards us for 2,000 years later. In other words, to allow for the speed of light going to and fro. Or maybe they only wait for 10 minutes or 10 hours or 10 days or 10, who knows? We don't know. We may miss our opportunity if we don't have an instant response. So these issues and many, many more like them should be debated now. So in my judgment, what we need to do is convene a committee of experts to immediately adjudicate and to advise on these types of issues. Experts, not just astronomers, perish the thought, but experts in national security, law, cryptology, behavioral psychology, game theory, economics, linguistics, evolutionary biology, diplomacy, emergency planning, religion, ethics, epidemiology, rockets and space science, mathematics, you name it. Form a standing committee of experts to spend not even necessarily years, but decades studying these topics, deciding on how to construct a message, what we're going to be saying in return, how we're going to treat a probe, an intelligent probe, if we come into possession of it. Should it be treated like an ambassador and given all the honors, even though it's obviously of artificial derivation? I should think yes. But all of this, after we contemplate it and advise on it, should be encapsulated into an international treaty that's binding. There should be, in that treaty, there should be a right of transparency, so that we get the Chinese data and they get our data in a real-time basis, so that it diminishes, it can never probably eliminate the idea that one country is going to hog all of the information to itself. It should be absolutely precluded that we should make any communication that is not authorized by the United Nations and decided upon by everybody. Otherwise, you're going to have Kim Jong-un sending his parochial message, the Scientologists sending theirs, and it's going to be a big mess. Should the coordinates, if it is a star, should the coordinates be released to the public? The information should be, I presume, if it's benign, I can imagine circumstances where the information should be vetted. If ET says that it's going to give us the cure for cancer, but it demands in return that we download its version of DNA to replicate in our laboratories and create their beings on our planet, maybe we ought to have a conversation about that first. Maybe we shouldn't disseminate that information, and maybe should be vetted and redacted in terms. So all of the issues here are complicated, but requires a lot of people thinking about it in a deep fashion for a long period of time to begin to congeal a coherent set of public policies.
That's interesting, and I would imagine the first step is some kind of international agreement, which right now may not be very easily done. But some kind of international agreement not to practice METI. Don't send a message until we've all had time to deliberate in the UN as to what we would do once we detected a signal, if we do anything. And you're right, there is no framework for this yet. And it would seem to me that should be something some UN committee should be contemplating already.
Well, it is not. There is a standing committee on space. COPUOS is called, the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. But it meets infrequently, and it works only by consensus, and the expertise there is not multidisciplinary enough. So it isn't necessarily the right organization for this. I would suggest that a different organization be made, or agency within the UN that's fully funded, that would be much larger and more comprehensive than the current committee. But then I would certainly agree with you that METI should be absolutely prohibited. We haven't really spoken about METI, but I want to say that I personally regard METI as not only dangerous and arrogant, delusional, unethical, unscientific. It's cultic. I don't have a lot of good things to say about METI, if you pardon my expressions here.
Well, my problem with METI is that anybody could do it, and you do not speak for the entire planet. Because whenever you're dealing with something alien, something an alien civilization, you're doing it as an entire planet. You're not doing it as the United States or some guy with a radio transmitter. I'm just going to point it up there. The thing is that the power is the question. And that was always my issue with the Arecibo signal, because it did have power, and it didn't repeat. We only sent it once, and we sent it to an area that's not likely to have aliens, star cluster. But still, it just, don't do those things for fun. Be prudent about it. And that's what one of the things I hope we can establish with a committee, as you laid out, that just don't do METI until we've all had plenty of time to talk.
Right. I mean, with METI, it's unauthorized diplomacy. It's public policy taken upon itself. It's not scientific whatsoever. It's not trying to learn anything about the universe. It's trying to manipulate the universe in a way. It's tweaking the experiment. And what is the message that they're going to say? In whose name are they saying it? The people the proponents of METI will say, well, we won't be our message. It'll be the internet. We'll just give them everything that we've got. Well, as a businessman, I particularly object to that. I mean, what is the currency of the interstellar economy? It can only be information. I can't imagine what else we've got to trade with ET. If we give them all of our information, our internet, for free, they're going to think we're the most foolish species that ever existed in the galaxy and laugh up their sleeves at us and not give us nothing in return. No, if we might give them one of the Beethoven symphonies and a painting by Monet and a little gamelan music or something, and trade with them as a loss leader. We'll give them this and then trade them for the rest. So even that sort of benign, seemingly benign notion that we're just going to give them everything, so don't worry about it. I particularly object to that there's no methodology whatsoever. These people that claim they're scientists have no method for return signals. So if they propose to send a signal to a star that's 50 light years away, have they reserved a telescope for the return signal 100 years hence? Of course not. They haven't rented a telescope 100 years from now. And if they had, have they rented it for 10 minutes or 10 centuries? Because we don't know how long ET would take to analyze our METI message and decide how to respond to it. Moreover, one telescope isn't enough. They're going to need multiple telescopes spaced around the world, because as the world turns, the ET's transmitter will go below our horizon. And so you've got to have multiple dedicated receivers. But their response is basically religious, that the ET must, first of all, be only good and want to do nothing but send us beneficence, when in fact ET could be a very terrible actor. Two, that ET is omniscient, that they know that we're here, even though our electromagnetic leakage or footprint is extremely weak. And finally, that ET is omnipotent, that even though they make absolutely no provision for the receipt of a return message, that somehow ET is going to know we're here and know how to communicate with us. So this belief that ET is omniscient, omnipotent, and all good sounds to me much more like a religion, than a science. And it seems to me that although I grant to the practitioners or would-be practitioners of METI their religious freedom, I don't grant to them their right to impose their religion on the rest of us.
Yeah, it's a problem, and I think if you ask most people, they're going to say, "Don't send a message until we know exactly what this is." But you're right. A lot of people, for some reason, make the assumption that an alien civilization is going to be altruistic and in some way more socially advanced than the humans, but there's no guarantee of that. It may be worse. They could be nightmares for all we know. And maybe the first signal that we get is a threat or something like that,
Yeah.
where they're just very very predatory. You know, maybe they send out a T-Rexes or something, the alien version of a T-Rex, and they're just inherently aggressive.
Well, the Medi people or proponents will come up with an elaborate reason as to why it is that ET must be benign and altruistic. After all, they've lived as long as they have. The only way they could have done that is to have conquered all their aggressive or dealt with all of their aggressive tendencies, and only the nice cooperative civilizations would actually not.
Oh fuck, wrong. Different ammo. Shit. Fuck it, we're out. Go get him.
Self-destruct and yada yada yada. But but what about us? I mean, we're nice to our neighbors, not so nice to people that aren't not considered our neighbors, the other so-called other. What about dolphins? Dolphins and we get along just fine. We're both intelligent species. And we're both benign to one another. But if you ask any squid, another intelligent species, they're going to tell you that both dolphins and humans are heartless, merciless killers. Okay, so it's not at all sure that even if ET is benign to its own kind or benign to others, that they won't treat us pretty shabbily. We just don't know. We have no idea.
And here I'm going to switch gears. Now, John, you also have another interest area.
Так, пацаны, сегодня мы кайфуем.
And that is making movies, these Zorro movies, and you've made them for quite some time. What's that like, and how did you get involved with the Zorro universe?
Okay, well, I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. I originally came here in order to do a doctorate at UCSF at the medical school. And I was a starving student and somehow blundered into the Zorro situation. And as a way to work my way through school, I acquired the rights to Zorro. Partly
What?
I inherited the rights, and partly I acquired rights from Walt Disney and the estate of the creator and ended up with the rights in my own hands. But those rights were thought to be fairly useless. And what I needed to do was develop concepts for motion pictures and television and so forth. And I started doing that and hit the streets and knocked on doors in Hollywood and that sort of thing. And eventually started selling ideas and segueing out of academia and into a full-time career as a minor movie mogul. So to date, I've made 4 feature film versions of Zorro, 14 different television versions, over 600 episodes, and maybe about 75 or more different stage adaptations, and then books, toys, games, clothes, commercials, and so forth. So while I was doing that, my interest, however, in science segued from my original field was psychophysiology and chronobiology to astronomy, and that's how I developed an interest in SETI, and that's how it is today. My life is sort of split in half as I said, a minor movie mogul on the one hand, and as an aspiring SETI theorist on the other.
What is the future of Zorro? Is there going to be more content?
Yeah, I've got actually 2 television series in production at the moment, one in which premieres on Amazon on January 19th, and the other which will premiere on Paramount Plus towards Christmas of next year. Then I have 2 more TV series in development, one at Disney Plus and another at CBS Network. And then 4 feature film versions that I'm working on with Sony Pictures. One, a version that's based upon Tarantino's in my graphic novel called Django Zorro, which is a mashup of his Django and my Zorro. He wrote it. And then when he finished writing it, I took it over to the studio and they went wild about it and said, hey, let's make this into a movie. So we're working on that version and an animated version and a hybrid live action animated version. And then finally a prequel based upon, the story about how Zorro became Zorro, the childhood and so forth of Zorro. Anyway, so that's kind of slice of life for me in Zorro land.
Now, Zorro has a long history. That was started, what, 1919, something like that is the original story, right?
That's correct. It was originally created by Johnston McCulley, who wrote 65 Zorro short stories and novels starting in 1919 until his death in 1958.
It's an interesting world. It was always sort of an unusual, not quite a superhero, but a proto superheroes. You know, sort of the prototype of like the Marvel universe and things that came much later.
Correct. Zorro, we don't think of Zorro as a superhero because he has no superpowers. He deals with his villains by wit and humor and athleticism, and he's just very sexy, and you know, so but he was a prototype. Bob Kane, who created Batman, has admitted in his biography and many other places that he basically based his character on Zorro. He just took the fox, the nocturnal fox, and made him into a nocturnal bat. Took the black horse and turned it into a black Batmobile. Both of them were effete gentlemen by day and rich gentlemen by day, and by evening in a cave, putting on the dark mask and so forth. So yes, I mean, Zorro definitely foreshadowed the universe of superheroes, but we think of him as sort of an everyman. Anybody could be Zorro. You don't need to be bit by a radioactive spider or anything. Just go out and do good things.
All right, John, thank you for joining us today. It was a fascinating conversation, and the one thing I hope I see is an alien signal of some sort of sign that we are not alone.
Well, yeah, all of us in the SETI business hope that we did find a signal in our lifetimes. But, you know, we should, all of us in this business, realize that this is the work of generations. It may not be us, it may be many generations hence that make the first detection of SETI, and that we're just stepping stones along that way. You know, I see SETI scientists who, you know, are almost aggrieved that they are not the ones to make the detection. Others, like Frank Drake, went out with a smile on his face and was happy. You know, but you know, some SETI scientists can really become pathetic figures in their hopes and dreams for being the one to detect ET, and it doesn't happen.
Well, all you do is make contributions. That's science. It's a corpus of knowledge, and you just look and you pass on what you've thought of and what you learned. So just the idea of that we know how to do SETI is the contribution of past scientists. So
I so agree.
Yeah,
I so agree. Definitely.
All right, thank you, John, and I look forward to seeing the next movie.
Well, thanks, John. It's a pleasure to be here.
Vain Storytelissä. Lähes 1 miljoona ääniä e-kirjaa nyt puoleen hintaan. Kuuntele tarina kohtalokkaasta formulaonnettomuudesta, unohdetuksi tulemisesta tai ratkaisemattomasta mysteeristä. Lunasta talven koukuttavin tarjous ja kokeile Storytelia jo tänään.
Event Horizon and my channel are now available as a podcast on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube memberships. Early ad-free episodes, bonus episodes, and sleep-focused content. Sign up now by clicking the links below to your platform of choice.
The Houthis have not yet been deterred and continue to carry out attacks in the Red Sea. We take a look at operations on the ground in Gaza as well as southern Lebanon, and a new report says that Hezbollah is thinking about striking targets inside of the United States. I disagree. What's going on, everyone? Let's take a look at some updates as it relates to what started as a war between Israel and Hamas and has since spread across the broader Middle East. I'm recording this at 9 a.m. Central on Monday, January 15th, 2024. Overnight, according to U.S. Central Command, an anti-ship cruise missile was fired from the Iranian-backed Houthi territory towards the USS Laboon, which was operating in the southern Red Sea. Central Command says the missile was shot down by U.S. fighter aircraft with no injuries or damage reported. Now, as I started recording, I did hear some initial reports coming in that there may have been an additional missile launch or drone launch earlier this morning. So by the time you see this video, that number might be 2 in the past 24 hours. Now, I did see some commentary over the past few days saying that the Houthis have never killed an American, yet we carried out these strikes, or that the global shipping is essentially more important to the United States than the lives of civilians in Gaza, as in we're acting now, but we're not acting with anything related to the suffering of the Palestinian people. Now, I understand where folks can get to both of those places, but they are both worth addressing. So first off, the Houthis, just like yesterday's attack against the U.S. warship, have been targeting American military assets in the region for 2 months now. They're trying to sink American ships and kill American sailors. They haven't been successful, simply because the United States and our allies are intercepting those missiles and drones. But no American deaths in the Red Sea to this point isn't for lack of effort by the Houthis. They're actively trying to kill Americans. They're just not successful so far. And then as to the shipping lanes being more important than Gazan civilians, I totally understand where that could be coming from, and it could be true. I'm not going to pretend to understand, and know the exact priorities of the U.S. government, but we do have to consider that the strike against Houthi military targets came after they launched multiple attacks against U.S. and our allied military assets in the region. So take away the situation in Gaza entirely, and the U.S. responding to our military forces being attacked is kind of to be expected. That said, the confrontation in the Red Sea is far from over, far from decided. I mean, the U.S. and our allies face a pretty significant challenge there, where it takes a lot for us to be able to secure those shipping lanes, but very little for the Houthis to disrupt them. What I mean by that is that to entirely remove the Houthi threat to international shipping, we would have to eliminate all of their drones, all of their missiles, all of their aircraft, all of their boats that they've used in these attacks, and we are not going to be able to do that from afar. That's not going to be accomplished just with airstrikes. On the other hand, the Houthis can disrupt shipping simply by lobbing a drone or a missile in the general vicinity of a commercial vessel every few days. They don't even have to hit it. I mean, simply the act of munitions being fired against ships in the region is enough for major companies to suspend operations in the area, for insurance costs to increase, and for companies to redirect their loads away from Yemen. In that sense, it's kind of mission accomplished for the Houthis, with just 1 or 2 drone or missile launches every few days. So in the short term, I would expect additional U.S. and coalition strikes against Houthi targets, but I don't think there's a desire to get into a full-on war with the Houthis, at least not right now. And again, for the other perspective here, the Houthis' stance is that they will cease these attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea as soon as the siege of Gaza is lifted and additional humanitarian aid is allowed in.
Kotonasi, konttorillasi, kyydissäsi, K-ruokaverkkokauppa.
Turning to operations on the ground, Israel says that they discovered and destroyed a bomb-making compound in central Gaza inside of the building of a humanitarian organization. They also say that while searching a school, they located 8 Hamas militants hiding there alongside stockpiles of weapons and ammunition. Then to the north, Israel and Hezbollah continue to exchange fire, with Hezbollah claiming responsibility for 8 attacks against Israeli targets in the past 24 hours. In response, Israel's conducted multiple strikes against those various Hezbollah locations in southern Lebanon. Overall, the northern front is relatively stable right now, especially considering the recent targeted strikes against Hamas and Hezbollah leadership in Lebanese territory last week. Again, the northern front needs to be watched for the possibility of escalation really on both sides. Now, Hezbollah continues to issue warnings and threats to Israel on a pretty regular basis. Their leader, Hassan Nasrallah, just a few days ago said, quote, "The Israeli army, when it was healthy and fully equipped, was destroyed in front of our resistors in the July war. The one who should fear and be afraid of war is Israel, and the enemy's people and settlers, not Lebanon. We've been ready for war for 99 days, and we are not afraid of it. We will fight without ceilings and without borders." Conversely, there is still an argument to be had that some in Israel may want to use the current circumstances to push for a war with Hezbollah. And we've gone into that in more detail in past videos, but in short, it's the idea that the Israeli military is already mobilized, right? They have a ton of reserves in uniform. The Israeli civilians to the north have been told they can't go back home until the Hezbollah problem is resolved. And as the fighting in Gaza turns into more of an insurgency, Israeli air and air defense assets are both freed up to shift to the northern front. Again, that is all speculation, but it's also not crazy, so worth keeping an eye on the northern front. So American intelligence officials just warned that Hezbollah is considering attacking the United States. I think this is being taken out of context. It doesn't really pass the common sense test, if you will. Hezbollah is a very significant threat to Israel and a U.S. adversary in the broader region, but they're attacking inside the United States. It just doesn't really track. Now, the article from Politico here says, quote, U.S. officials assess there's a risk that Lebanese Hezbollah militants will strike Americans in the Middle East and even potentially hit inside the United States. 4 officials familiar with the intelligence told Politico. They say, quote, Hezbollah would likely target U.S. personnel in the Middle East first, suggest it could be considering attacks on both U.S. troops or diplomatic personnel overseas. Yes, 100%. Hezbollah will and has targeted American forces in the region. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy, and they have their own proxies now, the Hezbollah brigades in Iraq and Syria. So the proxy of a proxy. And those organizations have and continue to attack U.S. forces in the region. So saying that Hezbollah or their entities might attack American forces isn't anything groundbreaking. It's happening all the time. However, they say the chance for an assault on U.S. soil is also growing as tensions in the regions escalate, according to U.S. officials. Yeah.
I can't die. I've hit all the stores.
yes, 100% agree. The risk of a lone wolf style attack or an attack carried out or inspired by a jihadi organization does increase every single day that the war in Gaza continues. 100% agree with that, and we've talked about that here before, but that's not Hezbollah. When you're looking at these lone wolf style attacks, Al-Qaeda is an organization that is going to take advantage of what is happening in Gaza to inspire violence abroad and attacks in their name on behalf of the Palestinian people. Islamic State, even though they hate Hamas, they are still using this and have put out communications recently. The attack in Iran was a part of this, was under this new banner, this new offensive, if you will, where they're saying, yes, look at what's happening in Gaza. Attack Western and Israeli targets wherever you can. Islamic State, Al-Qaeda are likely to use this to their advantage. That's just really not what Hezbollah has done in the past, so it would be a little bit out of character here. Like, Hezbollah does not benefit from a war with the United States, like at all. A terrorist attack carried out by Hezbollah in the United States would be met with, no surprise, a significant military response against Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon, which could likely devastate. I mean, this is a political organization and a military organization at the same time, right? Like, there are a lot of military targets across southern Lebanon that belong to Hezbollah. They would be relatively easy to seek out and destroy, especially when compared with trying to identify and destroy Islamic State or Al-Qaeda targets. That is not Hezbollah. Hezbollah is much more of a tangible organization, much more easily struck in an ongoing air campaign. That air campaign could significantly degrade Hezbollah's military capabilities. Those military capabilities that Hezbollah has built up over the years has allowed them to exert significant influence in Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. An attack on the U.S. homeland puts all of that at risk, and for what? The possibility of decreased U.S. support for Israel, a notch in the belt for the axis of resistance, it just doesn't track. There's too much risk and too little reward for a group as established as Hezbollah. They've gotten to where they are today by playing to their strengths. A terrorist attack inside the United States is not a strength of Hezbollah. Again, the longer the war in Gaza goes on, the risk does increase every single day for a terrorist attack in the United States. I mean, the Hamas spokesperson earlier last week said, quote, "The American administration bears political, legal, moral, and humanitarian responsibility for the suffering, pain, killing, and displacement of more than 2 million Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip." End quote. So it's not crazy that anyone around the world hears that and decides the best way for them to participate and to help the Palestinian people is to strike out, lash out at the United States. And that's where we get these lone wolf type terrorist attacks. It's entirely possible and increasing every day, but for now at least, I don't think that's going to be done by Hezbollah. But that's all I've got for now. Of course, if interested in national security subjects, be sure to check out the sit reps I put out on Substack. Link is in the description below. Substack now also has ad-free, sponsor-free videos that go live about 1 hour before they're up on YouTube. But thanks for watching. I'll see you all next time.
My own previous reporting on the extremely low rate of pay for Chinese military personnel, even after you take China's 45% lower cost of living into account. Since taking power in 2012, rooting out corruption in China's massive but sluggish military has been a priority for Xi Jinping, but recent events have made it clear that he still has his work cut out for him. I'm going to quote Alfred Wu, who's an associate professor at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore, from an interview he recently did with Reuters. "More heads will roll. The purge that's centered around the rocket force is not over." So while we can't confirm the claims made in that Bloomberg report, it's evident that something is going on, and it is centered around the People's Liberation Army rocket force. So let's dive a bit deeper into the technical side of these allegations. Because while there's clearly something going on, the truth is, from a technological standpoint, these claims don't really add up, at least in my opinion, particularly the part about water in the missiles. Now the problem here is that that's just not really how ICBMs work. China operates two different types of ICBMs, liquid-fueled weapons like their DF-5 and solid-fuel missiles like their newer DF-31. Now, solid-fueled missiles clearly wouldn't be filled with water. They're powered by a combination of a fuel, an oxidizer, and a binding agent in a solid form. So even if you were going to pull that fuel out to, say, cook dinner, you still wouldn't fill it back up with water. So the missiles in question would need to be the liquid-fueled variety. But the thing is, liquid-fueled ICBMs are not stored for long durations with any fuel on board. The fuel used in these rockets is hazardous and extremely corrosive, and as a result, can't be kept inside the weapons for extended periods of time. Instead, upon receiving the command to launch, these weapons have to be fueled, a process that can take as long as 90 minutes before they're ready to fire. Now, this is one of those places where I find myself wondering if that insider source was a subject matter expert or the guy delivering coffee. It does seem at least possible to me that these water and missiles claims could have something to do with there being something seriously wrong with these missiles, and a common Chinese idiom or turn of phrase was used while describing it, and that got lost in translation. For instance, one common Mandarin idiom translates directly to something like water drops, stone is bored through, which could really be compared to the old English saying, little strokes fell great oaks, basically pointing to how, over time, lots of little things can add up to have a huge impact. But since we can't confirm that, let's try taking these claims at face value. As Joseph Trevithick pointed out in an excellent piece for The War Zone, it's possible that these liquid-fueled missiles were fueled during a training exercise and then flushed with water after being drained, and a great deal of water was left over in those tanks. But to be honest, as feasible as that does sound, that doesn't seem like the sort of thing that you'd fire 24 senior defense officials over, including acquisition officials, and disappear a few more. Another possibility that I first saw posited by Twitter user Lim49Spartan is that the post-boost vehicle housed in the upper portions of these missiles were the real culprits. Now, post-boost vehicles, or PBVs, are also known as re-entry vehicles. They activate after the final stage of the rocket has fired, using their own small, usually liquid-fueled rocket motors to steer the re-entry vehicle toward its target during descent. Now, these assemblies are vibration-tested using non-fuel liquids to ensure that they function correctly before they're fueled, sealed, and installed in the missile. It's possible that the post-boost vehicles in these missiles were filled with water for testing and then never drained. Now, if re-entry vehicles filled with water were shipped off and installed in missiles, that would certainly be enough to get a bunch of people fired, but not for a wide-scale purge of senior defense officials under allegations of corruption. It also seems feasible to me that what we could really be talking about here are the fuel tanks on site meant to fill up those liquid fuel rockets. Corrupt officials could have sold off that fuel and refilled the tanks with water, and corruption Bob's your uncle, we've got a purge on our hands. Now, to be clear, these are just possibilities, and there are certain to be others that we haven't addressed, but regardless of that, the evidence makes it clear that China believes they have a significant corruption problem within the PLARF and well beyond it. And as such, we should see these claims of water and missiles not as the foundation of these allegations, but rather as one of what could be many symptoms. Perhaps just one of the few to make it out of China and their draconian approach to media censorship. But as for Chinese missile silo doors failing to function, that one does not require as much imagination. You see, China's nuclear arsenal has been expanding at an absolutely unprecedented rate in recent years. Their total number of nuclear warheads has doubled since 2020. In 2021, satellite imagery confirmed that China was building between 250 and 300 new nuclear ICBM silos. And in January of 2023, the U.S. Strategic Command issued a notice to Congress letting them know that China had officially surpassed the United States in the total number of land-based nuclear missile launchers in service. Now, to be clear, the United States still has a much larger nuclear warhead stockpile, but U.S. intelligence assessments now believe China will reach parity with America's deployed nuclear arsenal by 2035 or so. In other words, we're talking about an absolutely massive undertaking, and the construction aspects of it are being handled by a Chinese construction industry that is world-renowned for its corruption. Now, I understand that corruption can be a pretty subjective term, but the truth is, the corruption corruption in China's construction industry is so pronounced that it's pretty easy to quantify. Back in 2014, New York-based independent market research firm Charney Research surveyed some 2,293 C-suite executives from all over China's economy, and they found that 35% of all companies surveyed openly admitted to having to pay bribes to Chinese officials in order to function. But it was the worst among real estate and construction firms, with 41% of all respondents claiming they have to pay bribes to Chinese officials in order to operate. Corruption as a standard Chinese business practice is so deep-seated that it extends beyond their borders. According to the U.S. State Department, the World Bank barred Chinese road and bridge projects for 8 years after proving that Chinese firms committed fraud in the bidding process for road projects in the Philippines. And then it happened again with another major road project in Bangladesh in 2018, and then again that same year in Malaysia with a railroad project. And when corruption in the construction process doesn't get you, corruption in the contracting process will, thanks to something people have taken to calling China's debt trap diplomacy. Many of the large-scale construction efforts within China's Belt and Road Initiative are funded by China giving these developing nations substantial high-interest loans that Beijing knows they likely won't be able to pay back. And then, when these nations inevitably miss a payment, China steps in and seizes the port that they just built, and then leases it to one of their own state-owned construction companies for 99 years. We saw this happen to Sri Lanka in 2018. China has weaponized corruption within their own construction industry to trick developing nations into letting them build what will inevitably become Chinese-controlled ports within their nations. But it doesn't even end there, because even if you can make the payments now, you may not be able to for long because of even more corruption within the Chinese construction industry, with many of these firms using substandard materials and unsafe practices to complete these projects. In just one Wall Street Journal report last year, they identified a Chinese-built hydroelectric dam in Pakistan that had to be shut down after just 4 years after cracks started to emerge in the dam's walls. In Uganda, another hydroelectric dam is still functioning, despite identifying more than 500 construction deficiencies because Uganda just can't afford to lose the power output. In Angola, a Chinese housing project that's less than 10 years old is nearly unlivable because of cracks appearing in the walls and mold coming out of the ceilings. And in Ecuador, another large-scale Chinese hydroelectric dam is showing thousands of cracks already. But in all 4 of these cases, these nations are still paying China billions in high-interest loans because
Ну и чё, тут есть-то нет?
Oh, I'm in Ollie?
О, пиздарики на воздушном шаре. Чики-брики.
1 second. Wow. Hmm. Okay, I'm getting out. Hmm. Hmm.
Блядь, берцащими!
Wow, that's bright as fuck. Way too bright.
because we all know what'll happen if they don't. So when you see how widespread, accepted, and even encouraged corruption is within China's construction industry, it doesn't seem all that crazy that there would be widespread corruption in a massive construction endeavor like, say, building 300 nuclear missile silos in just a few years. So while we can't get to China to independently verify that these silo doors aren't functioning, I don't have much trouble believing it's the case. But, and there is always a but, the Bloomberg report did not offer any further details into how widespread this missile or silo issue may be, nor can we say for sure which types of missiles were affected. The only thing we can really say for certain is that China's military is undergoing a significant shakeup that points to serious problems in the highest echelons of their command, particularly within the PLARF. And because that branch of the military at the center of this corruption purge is not only responsible for China's nuclear apparatus, but also for China's sole hypersonic weapon in service, and the anti-ship weapons that serve as the basis for China's anti-access area denial strategy throughout the Pacific, one could be inclined to think this revelation points to China being a paper tiger. But to tell you the truth, I would caution against forming that conclusion. As the world watched Russia fumble what was meant to be a rapid and overwhelming invasion of Ukraine, many have now come to believe that Moscow, long seen as a leader in disinformation and propaganda spaces, seemed to fall victim to its own misdirection efforts. After decades of making grandiose technological claims, Russia's military has proven to be largely inept, due in no small part to a lack of training and rampant corruption within both the military and industrial spheres. In a real way, because of Moscow's inability to detect the smell of its own propaganda farts, they created the opportunity for a heroic Ukrainian defense that's still holding to this day, despite Russia's massive numerical and often even technological advantages. And now, with many intelligence assessments suggesting that China was looking to invade Taiwan within just the next 3 years or so, we may be seeing the result of China's own efforts to make sure they don't fall into that same trap, falling victim to their own propaganda hype machine so fervently that they lose sight of their own very real shortcomings. This corruption purge may cause international embarrassment today, but it could also result in a more capable Chinese military tomorrow. At the end of the day, what we make of claims about Chinese missiles filled with water, or what we think of China's purge of senior defense officials, all matters less than what becomes of the Chinese military as a result. Is this the first step toward a renewed People's Liberation Army that emphasizes real military capability over China's long-standing approach to chasing prestige and saber-rattling? Or is the new modernized Chinese military actually little more than just another housing development built with shoddy materials on a corrupt foundation? And what we're seeing now are those cracks beginning to emerge. And while I have opinions on that, I honestly couldn't tell you for sure. The only thing I do know is that the answer to that question will almost certainly dictate the way conflict unfolds throughout the rest of the 21st century. And on that somewhat unnerving note ends yet another edition of Air Power from Sandbox News. I'm Alex Hollings. Make sure to swing by sandboxnews.com today and every day for all the latest in news, entertainment, and motivation from all around the force. If you got anything out of today's video, make sure to click like and subscribe down below, and leave me a comment so I know what I should cover next. And of course, don't forget to tap on that bell icon so you never miss a drop from Sandbox News.
Could also perform low-level ground attack, observations, and reconnaissance, with provision for additional camera equipment in the bomb bay if needed. It had a wingspan of 22.2 meters, a loaded weight of just over 5,000 kilos, and it was powered by a pair of 480 horsepower license-built Bristol Jupiter engines, which drove two-blade propellers. This allowed the Leo-20 to carry a 1-ton payload at approximately 200 kilometers an hour across a range of 1,000 kilometers. It had a crew of 3, and it was defended by 5 7.7mm machine guns, one of which was sometimes mounted in a new ventral turret, one that shared a similar design to the so-called dustbin turrets that came into fashion with British bombers during the same period. Now, sources do conflict on the assigned stations, aside from the pilots whose position was obvious. Some state that the nose, which came with a sort of windowed balcony that was in vogue at the time, held the navigator/observer, and that the bomb aimer was in the position amidships. However, this might be a case of mistranslated source documents, as with almost all bombers of this period, the bomb aimer was located in the nose. The Leo-20 was flown for the first time in the summer of 1927, following which it went through a flight testing program which was completed without incident, and its performance looked promising. It was predicted to have a cruising speed almost 70 kilometers an hour faster than the Farman Goliath, and its
Ukraine's military says it has shot down a Russian spy plane and a command aircraft which are used to coordinate Russian battlefield movements. One of the planes was an A-50, seen here in filed footage, which can spot targets up to 650 kilometers away. So shooting that down would be a significant boost to Ukraine in its fight against Russia's invasion. And Moscow hasn't confirmed the incidents. Let's look at the significance of this with William Courtney. He was a special assistant to former US President Bill Clinton. He had responsibility for Russia, Ukraine and Eurasia. He's now a senior fellow at the non-profit RAND Corporation and joins us from Washington, D.C. Welcome to DW. Let's start with a bit more, please, about these planes and their uses.
The A-50, the radar plane, which has an equivalent in the West called AWACS, Airborne Warning and Control Aircraft. That is a very expensive plane. You saw the rotodome on top of the aircraft. That costs over $300 to make. Russia probably only has half a dozen of those. Those are important for enabling Russian fighter aircraft to see well beyond their own radars capabilities. When the American F-16s come into Ukraine, Russia will want to rely on that A-50 aircraft to be able to see into Ukrainian-controlled territory, to see those F-16s and perhaps target them. So this is really a blow for Russia.
So, and how many of these $300 million aircraft does Russia have?
Probably about half a dozen. And then the other aircraft, the Ilyushin-22, which is a battle management aircraft that helps control forces on a larger battlefield, that's less expensive. And it's not clear it was actually shot down as opposed to being damaged. So both of those are important aircraft for Russia.
Okay, so let's presume that both of these aircraft have been taken out of commission. How is that likely to affect Russia's strategy?
Russia will probably think that the U.S. Patriot, the long-range air defense missile, ground-launched air defense missile, was responsible for shooting down the big aircraft, the A-50 aircraft, and perhaps the other one as well. The Russians then will decide, since they only have a half a dozen of those valuable radar aircraft, they'll probably want to fly them a little further away from the front line of the battle. But in doing that, this will make those aircraft less effective, for example, against the F-16s when they come into Ukraine. So they'll probably be a little bit more careful, fly it further behind the battle line, but they still need to do that because otherwise their fighter aircraft would not be able to find the F-16s very easily.
Okay, so a big scalp for Ukraine, and perhaps a useful message to send to U.S. Legislators who have been wrangling about the latest appropriations for Ukraine.
Well, for both the U.S. legislators and then also for the European Union, both of them have struggled because of political barriers. Although I think in the end, both of them will end up providing the assistance. But it shows that Ukraine is still very capable in some sophisticated ways on the battlefield. So the battlefield is not totally a stalemate. In fact, it's only a stalemate in the ground in eastern southern Ukraine. But Ukraine has been very successful in driving Russian warships out of the Sevastopol, Crimea base, the home to the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and Russian aircraft and air defenses in Crimea have also been attacked. So Ukraine has made some real progress there. And one sign of that is now Ukraine is exporting grain in the Black Sea to the Turkish Straits without being attacked by Russian forces.
Good talking to you. Thank you so much for joining us. William Courtney, Senior Fellow at the RAND Corporation.
Quite welcome.
So let's see what more we can get from our correspondent, Nick Connolly in Kyiv. Welcome, Nick. So what more can you tell us about these planes?
Well, it does seem that this has now happened. It was believed to happen about 9 p.m. local time yesterday night, and we only really got first confirmation in the morning and the real official confirmation from the Ukrainian officials by this kind of early afternoon. This is a game changer. During this war, Ukraine has been able to damage planes of this kind on the ground, on the tarmac in Belarus, but not fully destroy them. These are planes that are kept away from the front lines, that are not meant to be in direct contact with threats, that have those powerful radars that allow them to stay back. So the fact that Ukraine was able to down this one plane for certain and seemingly do a lot of damage to the second, which we believe was able to land in Russia but potentially is not in a state to be repaired, is basically fatally damaged. That really is something that Russian forces were not counting on. And now the guessing game is how this happened, what Ukrainian system was able to do this. Lots of people saying this could have been one of Ukraine's 2 Patriot anti-missile aircraft or air defense systems that were received from Western countries. One is believed to be near Kiev, protecting the capital. The other moves around the country and has already been confirmed to have destroyed other Russian smaller planes in the past weeks and months. So this is really a different kind of change of gear, and something that obviously from a Ukrainian perspective was badly needed at a time of pretty bad news in terms of Western support for Ukraine and a very difficult winter on the front lines.
And what reaction has there been from Russia?
None. That has been the tactic all along, to not confirm or deny losses of these kind on an official level. But we've seen pro-government Russian military bloggers who basically wouldn't be able to say much without official approval confirming this. They have shared images of what looks like the damaged tail of the plane that managed to make it to that aerodrome in Russia, although it is a bit strange that we only saw a very small part of that plane and not the full plane, but they say that the crew survived and was able to get that plane down safely. I think it is also really interesting to look at the kind of versions they've been spreading, and it seems basically for most of today that those Russian military bloggers were happier to say that this was a mistake, that this was Russian air defenses shooting down their own plane in a friendly fire attack. They would rather kind of countenance that, blame their own troops, than imagine that Ukraine is in a capacity, is capable of doing something like this, because this is something that they just thought never was likely to happen, that Ukraine just didn't have the capacity to do. So this is really a shock, and there's a real sense that Ukraine has been able to avoid all these Russian strikes in recent weeks, keep these air defense systems safe, and continue to take the Russian side off guard when they think that they're on the advance.
Okay, thank you for that, Nick. Nick Connolly in Kyiv.
Rakspit.
Boo. He stopped. Man, why didn't it jump? The fuck, man? Okay, maybe I'm too close to the ceiling. So we're just going for the scav. Mitä Tarra tekee? Ei ole Nanna. Where are the scabs? Fuck are the scabs? You fucking kidding me? Not one scab. Yay.
Buffetin uutuuspizza jalaperopopper nyt Rak-sovelluksella kuponkihintaan 6,90.
Not really. I feel that a lot pressure on the front line and really tough to move up. It's been probably a year since it's got really tough, and front line pretty much set up. It's been much different from the start of war. We don't get to. It was kind of easier at the start. Now it's tougher. It's heavier.
Welcome. And do tell us more about your conversation with the Estonian leader.
Yes, I was in Tallinn last week to interview Kaja Kallas, the Estonian Prime Minister, and the thing I was most interested to hear from her is her view on this debate that is going on more widely in NATO now about what happens if after a conflict, after the conflict in Ukraine comes to some sort of ceasefire or temporary solution or a frozen status quo, Russia then reconstitutes its forces in the Western Military District next to NATO's eastern flank, and then can either restore the strength that it had before on our borders or even better it. And her view was that this is likely to be between 3 and 5 years if you look at the mobilization machine the Putin regime has put in place so far, and also at the rate at which its military-industrial complex is regenerating things like 155 shells and armored vehicles.
Do you sense or feel or see that among the East...
We don't get to... It was kind of...
Be right back. I need a drink. Oi, 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 oi. Oh boy. Hmm. hours. 3 days, 2 hours. The shortest timer. That's that. Hmm. Three more.
So I was in Tallinn last week to interview Kaja Kallas, the Estonian Prime Minister, and the thing I was most interested to hear from her is her view on this debate that is going on more widely in NATO now about what happens if after a conflict, after the conflict in Ukraine comes to some sort of ceasefire or temporary solution or a frozen status quo, Russia then reconstitutes its forces in the Western Military District next to NATO's eastern flank, and then can either restore the strength that it had before on our borders or even better it. And her view was that this is likely to be between 3 and 5 years if you look at the mobilization machine that the Putin
Or
regime
less.
has put in place so far, and also at the rate at which its military industrial complex is regenerating things like 155 shells and armored vehicles.
Do you sense or feel or see that among the Eastern European NATO leaders, faith in their European partners may be faltering?
That is not something that someone like Kaja Kallas or any other Prime Minister from one of the frontier states would say openly, but it is absolutely something that you hear in off-the-record conversations with officials from the eastern half of NATO. There are deep concerns not only about whether the US would necessarily come to the defense of NATO's eastern flank under a President Trump, but even whether certain Western European countries would honor their commitments, or whether in a situation where there was an attack on a NATO ally, they might be inclined to interpret the Article 5 Mutual Defence Clause, which is, after all, a political instrument. It's not a red button that you press and then suddenly we go to war, in a way that is as generous towards Russia as possible.
Well, there is then a big
Why does it smell like popcorn in here? With lots of butter. Is that a scab or a PMC? Scab. Jesus Christ, I almost fucked that up. Fuck you. God damn it. What? Oh, that's exit. That was exit wood. My B button is all fucked. Only one scab on Scab Road. Two more scabs. go back there. Fuck. You have a grenade. I heard that. Another one. 4 lasers and 2 flashlights. Well. Now the question is there anybody out there? Yay.
NATO exercise plan for NATO's eastern flank. Is that reassuring to leaders like the leader of Estonia?
It's reassuring to the extent that there are 31 countries in NATO, and getting them all to work together is extremely difficult. I've seen for myself in the field in the Baltic states how when you have a force composed of 11 or 12 different countries, getting their radios to talk to each other, getting the shells to work between the different howitzers, just working through the language thing. And sometimes they're talking through, kind of the Google Translate app. Getting all of those niggles ironed out is absolutely essential to deterring Russia and
But
making it believe.
Why aren't all those wrinkles already ironed out?
But on the other hand, I wouldn't
There
necessarily
shouldn't be incompatible
overestimate
equipment.
the extent to which exercises like this in themselves are a deterrent.
I see. Right. Now, we know that among NATO's European leaders, there is concern about the possibility of America disengaging from NATO and from the defense of Ukraine. That being so, what is being said and done about that?
Well, the phrase rabbit in the headlights comes to mind because, frankly, if Trump were to weaken Article 5, he doesn't have to pull America out of NATO, which would actually be quite difficult as I understand it. All he has to say is that the US might not come to Europe's defense in this scenario. Then it would be the Brits, the French, the Germans, the really big military forces within European NATO who would be there. And as far as I can see, there is very little public discussion going on of this on a political level. And there's no obvious sign that contingency plans are being drawn up to fill this enormous vacuum that America would leave in Europe's defences.
It seems to be a hole in the conversation and in plans, which, as you say, are mostly not being drawn up. What about the state of public opinion, Oliver, there in Germany and as far as you can see across Europe on this question of backing away from the commitment to Ukraine?
Generally, the polls in Germany have been pretty stable, showing that there is, if not a majority, then certainly a plurality of German public that wants Germany to sustain its military support for Ukraine. And it has done that. Quite recently, it's just announced another 8 billion euros worth of assistance to Ukraine. So there's no shortage of political will to keep going. The question is whether there is the amount of political will that you would need to step up and take America's place if America fell out of the game.
And there was in Berlin questions about the commitment of the German government there, wasn't there? Some differences of opinion, within the political ruling order in Germany. How do you read that now?
The German government is generally very much united on this line that it will keep supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. What it is divided on is what for. The German defense minister, one of the more hawkish members of Olaf Scholz's cabinet, has quite openly said that he agrees with President Zelensky and with the Poles and the leaders of the Baltic states that the objective here should be for Ukraine to reclaim every inch of territory that has been occupied by Russian forces. However, there is also a very studious and constructive ambiguity being drawn by other parts of the German government, most notably the Chancellery, over what the wider objectives are, which has led to a lot of rumour mongering that there is some kind of machinations going on in the background to try and make the Ukrainians come to the realization that this is not a war that they can win. As far as I'm aware, that is not a deliberate strategy yet, but certainly there has been a decision to hold back on certain kinds of support for Ukraine, most significantly the long-range Taurus missile, which would give Ukraine a kind of deep strike capability, very similar to what it gets with the British Storm Shadow.
Right, Oliver Moody, really interesting. Thank you for joining us and sharing us those thoughts. Now, I want to cross over to Kharkiv in Ukraine and say hello and welcome to Alexandra Matvichuk, who's a soldier in Ukrainian Special Forces based there in Kharkiv. Hello to you, Alexander.
Hello.
So can you give us, if you would, your take on the state of the war now? Do you feel you are making progress?
Not really. Not really. I feel that a lot of pressure on the front line and really tough to move up. It's been probably a year since it's got really tough, and front line pretty much set up. It's been much different from the start of the war. We don't get to. It was kind of easier at the start. Now it's tougher. It's heavier.
And when you say it's heavier, what do you mean by that, Alexandra? Do you mean the Russian enemy is stronger?
No, the weapons that they're using against us is heavier. You know, it's simply real tough to even get to the first line. Just to even change people on the front line so they can take a break. Even that walk is tough, because you don't get to see now much of enemy because of drones and artillery and tanks. So you don't get to use even your gun because.
Kuis lorisee? Tässä, ritari S. Joo, ei tää tunnu hyvältä.
Just so much drones in the air all the time.
Right.
Ours, theirs, and all the time working artillery, all the time. It's never quiet. Maybe at night a little bit quieter because night drones is, I guess, tougher to get.
Right. So, Alexander, tell me, as a special forces soldier, what kind of operations are you carrying out?
One is we do many things, but one is our special things that we help army to settle front lines, to check front lines, to make sure we have people in a position, on the right position, and we have to let know up there to our commanders if it's well or not. Sometimes we get in a battle in the middle of let's say different. When we start walking, we have one plan, but sometimes we get in battle with our boys.
Okay.
Now we almost it's to go into recon. It's almost impossible. Maybe by the Dnipro River, it's you can find a ways to go through lines, but from Kharkiv to Zaporizhia, this all gray zone is impossible to cross, even to get to our first line of stuff.
All right, we can, just from what you're saying, we can imagine how hard, I guess, it must be. Alexandra, thank you so much for talking to us this afternoon.
Poland has recently signed multi-million-dollar contracts for the purchase of armaments from South Korea. We are talking about nothing less than Warsaw signing a whopping 14.7 billion with a B in new orders to the South Korean military complex in 2022 alone. And take note, because more money is on the way. And do you know what this means? It means that what is set to be one of the largest NATO armies in Europe, if not the largest of all, will be largely and even mainly equipped with South Korean weapons. In total, Poland will have 1,000 K2 Black Panther tanks, 48 Kai Fa-50 fighters, almost 700 K9 Thunder self-propelled howitzers, and 288 K239 Chunmoo multiple rocket launcher systems in the coming years. Why is Poland going to rebuild its armed forces with South Korean weapons? Well, there are four main reasons for this. The first, of course, is the speed of delivery. The South Koreans managed to deliver the first 10 K2 tanks and 24 K9 howitzers to Poland in record time. But how is it possible for South Korean industry to have such fast delivery times? Well, this is basically possible thanks to the fact that this country is a huge industrial powerhouse that also has a very active military sector, not least because it is constantly producing to meet the demand of the South Korean armed forces itself. Another advantage is their greater ease of finding supplies. To give an example, modern weapons are equipped with a lot of very complex systems that need a huge amount of chips. And guess what? South Korea is the world's second largest semiconductor producer, just behind Taiwan. They basically turned themselves into a one-stop shop. The South Korean defense industry has strong and stable ties with its suppliers, including semiconductor manufacturers. That's the advantage of having a large industrial base. You have easier access to all kinds of components and supplies. This is one of the main reasons why Poland will almost certainly be able to receive 180 Korean-made K2 tanks and 212 K9 howitzers by the end of 2025 or early 2026. But wait a minute, Josh, didn't you tell us before about 1,000 tanks and almost 700 howitzers? Well, yes, well spotted. And here we come precisely to the second reason why buying arms from South Korea is much more attractive than from other major exporters. Do you understand what I mean? Well, the South Koreans are very flexible when it comes to authorizing the manufacture of their weapons abroad through licensing. Business is business. Unlike the United States, which is very restrictive in allowing its advanced military technologies to be manufactured outside the country, the South Koreans have no major problems with that issue. Let's just say that their primary goal is to win the contracts. And so, after the deliveries of the tanks and howitzers purchased by Poland that are manufactured in Korea are completed, it will be the Poles themselves who will manufacture the more than 800 tanks and almost 500 howitzers to complete the rest of the contract. In other words, these will be manufactured in Poland and not in Korea. Now, what are the advantages of this? Well, on the one hand, for countries interested in investing large sums of money in defense, it is much easier to justify and more popular with the public if the bulk of these weapons are manufactured at home. And then on the other hand, this also makes it faster to complete the production of the weapons, since they are not depending on a supplier in a distant country to produce them. So it's a win-win situation. Arms, jobs, and an industrial base for the buyer, and profits for the seller. Sounds pretty good, right? Well, if these two might already seem reason enough to understand the choices of countries such as Poland, the truth is that there is even more. I'm certain that many of you may be thinking that one of the reasons that weighs the most in the equation are the prices. And it is true, South Korean weapons are cheaper than those of other Western countries. For example, take the case of the K9 self-propelled howitzer from the Hanwha Group. You see, two of its main competitors in terms of performance and capabilities are the French Caesar and the German Panzerhaubitze 2000. All three are technologically advanced howitzers with similar performance and NATO standard 155mm caliber. To give you an idea of the competitive advantage the South Koreans have, while a French Caesar costs about $7.5 million and the German PZH 2000 costs up to $10 million, a K9 Thunder costs only $4 million, less than half the price of the German model. And you may be wondering, so what's the catch? Well, the truth is that there isn't one. It is merely a question of cost and economies of scale. The South Korean military has a heavy demand for artillery equipment and supplies because of the threat posed by North Korea. This has meant that both the military and manufacturers are constantly expanding and upgrading their artillery equipment to fire farther and farther, and with increasing accuracy against North Korean ground targets. The Germans, for example, are the opposite. Their military is hampered by years, decades of disinvestment, and their military companies have much less local demand, which makes it more difficult to maintain profitable production lines at low prices. South Korean weapons have been modernized and have reached levels of sophistication and complexity that are already not far behind many of the best US weapons. For example, although it is far from the only equipment with a high level of sophistication, there is the case of the K239 Chunmoo multiple rocket launcher system. Those of you who support us on Patreon already know the many details about this impressive system because we told you about it in a recent weekly snapshot bulletin. The K239 Chunmoo has been dubbed by military specialists as the closest alternative to the US HIMARS. This equipment has become incredibly popular since the war in Ukraine. And take note, because the South Korean one is about 20% cheaper. The Chunmoo is a multiple rocket launcher system developed between the South Korean Agency for Defense Development and Hanwha Defense Company. This system makes it possible to launch rockets of different caliber, explosiveness, and penetration in the same load. Thanks to the fact that its launchers are divided into two independent capsules, it can operate in saturation mode, like a Russian Grad, or in precision mode, like the HIMARS, even in the same launch. In this way, the same system can clear large areas of the enemy line, or destroy specific targets with an accuracy of less than 10 meters, or 32 feet. In addition, Hanwha has developed a wide range of missiles of various caliber and range for this system. With a single charge, it can fire up to 40 131mm unguided rockets with a range of 36 kilometers, or 22 miles, in less than 1 minute. And if precision is desired, it can also fire 12 239mm guided rockets at a distance of between 160 and 200 kilometers. That's 100 to 124 miles, a distance that they hope to extend in the coming years. And these are just a couple of the options, because the system is much more versatile than HIMARS when it comes to choosing the type of rocket. The question is, will South Korea succeed in establishing itself as one of the 4, or perhaps even 3, largest arms exporters in the world? Will we see any of these promising weapons operating in more European countries? You can leave your opinion here below in the comments. And remember, if you like this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to our channel so you don't miss any news. Once again, thank you so very much for being there. All the best. See you next time.
Without water, I
Jäsentarjouksia ilman kuljetusmaksuja. Kokeile Volt Plussaa maksutta. Säästä enemmän Volt Plus viikoilla.
An invasion would be extraordinarily difficult and dangerous. Seaborne invasion of a small island, quite a mountainous island where the opposition can go and hide in the mountains for, who knows, decades. So that would be a very high-risk operation. Plus, China is crucially dependent on its economic trade with the West. The Chinese deal with the people is, we will make you richer each year, even if you don't have the kind of range of democratic and civil rights that they have in the West. And if there were heavy sanctions against China over its actions against Taiwan, that would put that at risk. So I think it will move cautiously.
I mean, should we be prepared for war on multiple fronts? And I suppose crucially, are we remotely prepared for that?
I think we're being challenged on multiple fronts, John. I wouldn't overstate the amount of coordination and cooperation that's going on. Yes, the Russians are buying drones from Iran and missiles from North Korea, but I'm not sure it's yet. It's not a kind of malign, evil equivalent to NATO out there yet. But there is a sort of alliance building between Russia and China, and I think George Grills was absolutely right to say that the Chinese will be watching what happens both in Ukraine and in Gaza and in the Red Sea very closely because they are unhappy about who has won the Taiwanese election. They are building up their own forces. They're finding various ways of intimidating Taiwan. And there are those military analysts. I'm not a military analyst. I don't agree. I'm not quite as pessimistic. But there are those who think that the Chinese are preparing for some sort of military action against Taiwan towards the end of this decade. So we certainly live in very dangerous times.
Why do you say you're not, especially a pessimist on that? Why are you more of an optimist?
Look, I think China has. I mean, President Xi wants, as part of his kind of his life plan, his ambitions for his leadership, and he is the most dominant leader in China since Deng Xiaoping or Mao Zedong further back. He has unification as one of his main objectives, and he has never ruled out. He's refused ever to rule out military action. But I think it's more likely that he will go down a route of potentially of trying to blockade Taiwan, trying to disrupt Taiwanese trade, intimidate them, pressure them, keep sending aircraft and ships through Taiwanese airspace and territorial waters, and this kind of thing, rather than an invasion would be extraordinarily difficult and dangerous, seaborne invasion of a small island, quite a mountainous island where the opposition can go and hide in the mountains for, who knows, decades. So that'll be a very high-risk operation. Plus, China is crucially dependent on its economic trade with the West. The Chinese deal with the people is, we will make you richer each year, even if you don't have the kind of range of democratic and civil rights that they have in the West. And if there were heavy sanctions against China over its actions against Taiwan, that would put that at risk. So I think he'll move cautiously.
Okay, so do not be too alarmed too quickly about Taiwan. That's your message there. Now, what about Europe? Because, look, Vladimir Putin's ambitions are very well known, and so are Donald Trump's thoughts on NATO and on Ukraine. And in both cases, Donald Trump is far from being wedded to the idea of giving Ukraine the backing that it's had, or of continuing the American relationship with NATO, which is a huge challenge for the Western alliance and for European powers.
That's absolutely right. And if I were Vladimir Putin, the first objective for 2024 would be to keep the war going in Ukraine until you get past the American elections. Because why wouldn't you wait to see if Donald Trump wins and if American policy then changes? Because let's be no doubt, John, without American arms supplies to Ukraine, they will lose the war. They're not going to get enough from Europe. We don't have the capacity in Europe to give them enough to enable them to win. So this is a critical point. It's already dangerous because the Republicans in Congress have so far blocked the next tranche of American military aid because they want to add some legislation to that about strengthening the southern border defenses. But anyway, Trump has said that he would stop military aid to Ukraine, and if you're Vladimir Putin, you're thinking, well, I'd like to see what happens if that were to happen,
right.
And how will we then do in Ukraine? So that is very, very dangerous. Longer term, Trump was always clear in his first term. In fact, he virtually said it publicly that he was no fan of NATO, that he thought America took far too great a burden, as it does actually. And he even hinted to some visitors that he would quite like to take America out of NATO. At the very least, and I think he said this publicly in his campaigning, he would want a fundamental reassessment of US policy on NATO and US positioning in NATO. But it could go a lot further.
Well, I mean, indeed, I just wonder, and briefly, because I want to get your thoughts on the Middle East finally, but how does Europe, how does NATO, and UK included, how do they prepare for the possibility of a drastic change of policy on the part of Washington towards Europe and NATO?
The most convincing thing that Europe could do, John, is actually quite a simple thing, but very difficult in current economic circumstances, which is everyone who has promised to spend 2% of GDP on defence, and that is every member of NATO, that's a NATO-wide commitment, actually does it. At the moment, I think there are 6 countries that do it. We're one of them, of course. And I think that is Trump's main criticism. He once said of NATO that it's a scam under which the Europeans get America to pay for their defence. And if we all hit the 2% mark, then that would make a difference. And by the way, it's some of the richer countries in NATO that aren't there yet, like Germany and Italy. So that's an obvious thing. Apart from that, I'm sure there is lots of conversation going on between chancelleries around Europe about how to manage and cope with a Trump presidency. We've been through it once before, 2016 to 2020, but it'll be tougher this time because he knows how to run a government.
All right, let me just ask you finally, go back to where we started, which is the Middle East. Now, as we watch that story develop hour by hour, day by day, how do you believe that Israel's friends, including Britain, including, of course, the United States, should use that influence and, I'd say, pressure is needed, but at the same time supporting Israel in the conflict?
I think every day that the Israeli ground offensive goes on, and look, they have a complete right to self-defense, and they have the right to go into Gaza and do what they're doing, but it needed to be a quick operation. Every day that it now carries on, they lose.
He died standing up.
Ноги в руки и на промыслы, братва.
Let me turn it off.
Вроде никого. Чак барыгам, а потом бабам.
Could have sworn I heard somebody running. Chug barima boom boom boom.
international support, international criticism of Gaza, of the Israeli government increases, and also Western governments which are supporting them are struggling and losing support because of it, particularly, by the way, Joe Biden's Democratic administration in America. So the pressure, I think, has got to be on Israel. They're never going to win a complete victory there. You can't completely eliminate Hamas. They need to find a point soon where they declare victory and they start thinking about the aftermath. Who runs Gaza afterwards? And most particularly, how do they then negotiate some sort of long-term solution with the Palestinians? I know Netanyahu and others are ruling out a two-state solution. I don't see what the alternative is to it.
Hello everyone, hope you're well, hope you're having a fantastic, what day is it? Monday, that's it. We're a bit late today and I do apologise about that. I was a bit preoccupied. See, today's my birthday, which means I'll be doing a live stream later, grifting it like there's no tomorrow. Link in the pinned comment, it will be the only source there. So today what I thought I'd do is revisit the goddess that is Chris Chan. The reason why is because according to their Twitter, they're going to be engaging in communications in the form of a collaboration, a live stream in fact, with the Keffels, which is very exciting really, isn't it? It's not at all like Keffels would take advantage of Chris Chan to make money, would they? No, that'd be stupid, that's crazy talk. I am of course looking forward to seeing how that interaction plays out regardless. What I want to do though is go through what Chris Chan has been up to on their channel since December. Now I did take
Let's talk about the ongoing degradation of NFTs. I've already talked about why they're pretty much as good as dead in past videos, but that degradation continues as more and more companies essentially pull out from NFT. Let's talk about the ongoing degradation of NFTs. I've already talked about why they're pretty much as good as dead in past videos, but that degradation continues as more and more companies essentially pull out from NFT support. Now, for those who have not kept track with the history of NFTs, they were at the height of popularity in late 2021 and early 2022 with celebrity endorsements like this one. I will never let Jimmy Fallon live this one down. And then we slowly started to see what a fad they were as celebrity promoters were sued over their promotion of NFTs like Bored Ape. We saw celebrities embarrass themselves by getting scammed in the NFT landscape, getting their NFT stolen, forcing them to essentially pay a ransom to get it back. We saw the depreciation of value surrounding NFTs as Bored Ape NFTs like this one that Justin Bieber purchased for millions were suddenly worth just tens of thousands, just became worthless essentially. Here's the first ever tweet from Jack, the former CEO of Twitter, NFT. Once it goes and
God damn it.
Let's talk about the ongoing degradation of NFTs. I've already talked about why they're pretty much new lows, with the floor sinking with every passing month. And then optics surrounding NFTs were made worse by the fact that influencers like Logan Paul would exploit them to essentially scam victims through his non-existent NFT game, and he has yet to issue any sort of restitution. He has yet to make the victims whole. And then eventually we saw this report from Dap Gamble, this research that highlighted how essentially 95% of NFTs are estimated to be literally worthless, with pieces from the top collections mostly worth $5 to $10, indicating that the fad was up. And even corporations started to see this. Meta, of all companies, in early 2023 gave up on NFTs for Facebook and Instagram, and at one point they even stopped pitching the technology that their new name Meta was based on, the metaverse. As reported by Business Insider, Meta has reportedly stopped pitching advertisers on the metaverse as of April 18th, 2023. Not only is the metaverse as a concept failing to catch on, but its reliance on NFTs means that as NFTs continue to sink and continue to nosedive in interest and value, the metaverse becomes less viable. And it's not just Meta who's pulled the plug on NFTs. Microsoft and Disney have both decided that those are endeavors not worth pursuing, which is why they closed down their metaverse divisions. And these are two major companies who thought this was where the future lied. Which finally brings us to some new developments. More companies have decided that NFTs are plain and simply not worth it. And here's one company who I was not expecting this from. Twitter, now known as X, they've decided to remove support for NFT profile pictures. This is surprising because Elon Musk is one of the biggest cheerleaders for cryptocurrencies, for blockchain, for NFTs, and even he kind of is seemingly seeing the bigger picture surrounding the fact that NFTs are just not viable for the long term. This was an endeavor that Twitter began pursuing back in January of 2022, during a time when NFTs were at the height of their popularity. Fast forward 3 years later, and now the feature has died alongside the very medium itself. And this was a change that was made quietly. People found out because they noticed that if you go to the Help Center and look up the page that explains what benefits you get if you sign up for the premium subscription, whereas before, if you search for the term NFT, that would show up. Now, if we look at the updated version of the page, quietly updated sometime in the last few days, it would seem, now if you type NFT, you'll find that nothing shows up. I'm pressing enter here as I type in NFT in the search bar, but nothing comes up. While people who have NFTs as profile pictures in that hexagonal shape still have them, I wonder if it's a matter of time before that gets removed altogether, or if those people get to keep their stupid hexagons, but that feature won't be supported to new users and new subscribers. Whatever the case, seeing Twitter, one of the earliest champions of NFTs, pull the plug on NFTs, especially when run by someone who is such an avid supporter of blockchain and NFTs, like, what does that tell you? Now, before we move on to the next company that decided to pull out of NFTs, let me highlight something that is actually useful to spend money on and that you can physically own. Which brings us to the sponsor of today's video, LG, makers of world-class televisions who are also aiming to enhance your gaming experience. So I've been buying and using LG TVs for many, many years. In fact, my main TV is literally an 83-inch LG OLED TV that I bought with my own money. But what I got here for you guys is the smaller cousin, the LG OLED Evo C3 42-inch, which is a nice and flexible size that allows it to be used as both part of an entertainment center as well as a desk setup for solo ventures. Gamers like myself in particular, I think, will especially appreciate this TV. The 4K OLED panel produces images that look really sharp with high pixel density and colors that pop thanks to true blacks that yield great contrast, and the implementation of Dolby Vision gaming paves the road for smooth HDR capabilities as well as fluid 120Hz gameplay for hardware and software that support the feature. I, for example, booted up my PlayStation 5 and played God of War Ragnarok on this TV, and genuinely it looked really freaking awesome on this screen. But the game didn't just shine visually, it played better when I turned on the high frame rate mode that this TV supports in the settings, which made the game buttery smooth at 120 frames per second, and in turn noticeably more responsive. Just more of that like instant reactivity to my inputs. And for PC gamers with compatible NVIDIA cards, you'll appreciate the fact that this LG OLED gaming TV features NVIDIA G-Sync for a smoother gaming display experience on the PC platform. So yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a new TV that's flexible, multi-purpose, feature-rich, beautiful to look at, and will service your gaming needs, look no further than the LG OLED Evo C3 42-inch, which you can check out by using the link provided in the description and comment section below. Anyway, back to the news. So we have Twitter, or X, who recently decided to move on from NFTs. Next up, we have none other than GameStop, who have decided to close down their NFT marketplace not long after they decided to enter this space. So people noticed recently that if you go to the GameStop NFT website, there's this little notification here that if you click on, it'll tell you about the impending shutdown of the NFT marketplace. It reads right here, important update, GameStop has decided to wind down their NFT marketplace due to the continuing regulatory uncertainty of the crypto space. Sure, regulatory uncertainty. If a venture is extremely profitable, companies won't just give up this easily out of fear of regulatory uncertainty. they'll just keep pushing through and squeeze as much out of a venture as possible so long as it remains profitable. The truth of the matter likely is that not enough people are engaging with the NFT marketplace for it to be worthwhile for GameStop to continue maintaining this and continue pouring money into this and continue potentially risking regulatory elements, which is why, effective as of February 2nd, 2024, customers will no longer be able to buy, sell, or create NFTs. Your NFTs are on the blockchain and will remain accessible and saleable through other platforms. Basically, 2 weeks from now, as of the recording of this video, GameStop's whole NFT endeavor will come crumbling down, and this NFT division will essentially be shut down. This comes in a few months after GameStop killed their NFT wallet feature, also blaming regulatory uncertainty at the time. There's an article from August 1st, 2023. So that was already a sign that NFT endeavors were not going well for GameStop. 5 months later, they've decided to give up on it entirely. The endeavor as a whole basically lasted roughly a year and a half. They announced GameStop NFTs back in May 19th, 2022, when they tweeted, "Meet the new kid on the blockchain, GameStop NFT." Just extremely cringe. And then they launched GameStop NFT alongside its website on July 12, 2022, when they tweeted, "GameStop NFT has launched for gamers, creators, collectors, and community members to buy, sell, trade, and create NFTs." And keep in mind that at this point, GameStop was already late to the party. Around the time that they announced GameStop NFTs, the NFT market was already collapsing. And then to add insult to injury, when GameStop NFTs launched on July of 2022, shortly before then, GameStop laid off a bunch of people from the company. Around 160 people's livelihoods were upended shortly before they decided to essentially promote and celebrate and launch this fad, this scam of an ecosystem. One that offered nothing of value and turned digital assets into volatile investment opportunities that was rife with the likelihood of investors losing a lot of money and being exposed to scams and schemes, all while harming the environment. It only took a day after GameStop's NFT marketplace launch to see that this whole endeavor was headed towards a cliff. When people looked at the performance of GameStop's NFT marketplace, the first day performance indicated everything. It was reported that on the first day of the GameStop NFT marketplace, it only earned a mere $44,500, which for the average Joe might sound like a good chunk of change, but for a corporation, that is basically pennies. That is basically chump change. And then looking at the data for the GameStop NFT marketplace's first week performance, you can see right here that they couldn't even maintain the momentum of that slow start. You can see that the curve of the graph started to deteriorate, meaning that an already slow trading volume from launch day was only getting slower with each passing day. GameStop attempted to fuel their NFT marketplace further by adding NFT games into the marketplace as of October of 2022, but ultimately that would prove to be fruitless, as a lack of interest in NFTs also means a lack of interest in games that leverage NFTs. And the end result is that this was no longer a viable business venture for GameStop, which brings us to January 14th, 2024. When GameStop has decided to terminate the NFT marketplace altogether. Meta, Microsoft, Disney, Twitter, or X, and now GameStop. How many more corporations have to pull out of NFTs before game companies especially understand that this is just not a worthwhile endeavor, so long as NFTs continue to remain useless, valueless, and just money sinks that have little probability of any sort of return except for those who get really lucky or for those who know how to manipulate and scam. While NFTs continue to dive off a cliff, here we have frickin' Square Enix in their New Year letter that I talked about in a video, where they continue to be adamant about pursuing NFTs by mentioning blockchain entertainment and Web3 as a major part of their future business endeavors. And just last month, on December 21st, 2023, they launched their NFT game Symbiogenesis, and I have heard nothing about this game. I don't even really know how it's doing, but it's not getting a whole lot of traction. And people who have looked at the assets, the character art, can tell that there's just a lot of copied and pasted stuff. A lot of the characters, for example, basically use the same model and face, but just with different hairs and clothes layered on top of them, so it makes them look extremely cheap. And these characters are supposed to be the collectible aspect of this NFT game, but what you're collecting is just a bunch of cheaply made art. The art basically looks procedurally generated, and with a lack of interest surrounding this game, for those looking to pursue Symbiogenesis as a potential profitable venture, they're probably not going to find that. Ubisoft has not given up on its Quartz NFT platform. The website is still up. And recently, Ubisoft published an NFT game. And recently, Ubisoft launched an NFT game called Champion Tactics, which came out on December 18th, 2023. And then back in November of 2023, Ubisoft partnered with this company called Immutable, which is a blockchain gaming platform who they're planning to pursue endeavors with. So clearly, game publishers have not given up, insist on being stubborn about pursuing NFTs, this endeavor that offer nothing positive for gaming and is only just a profit-pursuing endeavor, very much a corporate endeavor, one that feels like money wasted, which is especially egregious when over the last few months and over the last year, we have seen some of the worst layoffs the games industry has ever seen. But as more and more major corporations pull out of NFTs, NFTs will become more irrelevant, and hopefully they'll eventually fade into obscurity to the point where game publishers will no longer deem NFTs something worth even looking at. Unless the technology is employed in a way that's actually useful, that isn't just turning digital assets into commodities, into investment opportunities and that kind of crap, I don't see NFTs ever gaining traction, because gaming is about having fun, not about having to be financially concerned about your digital assets and having to be constantly concerned about their value and just stuff that is just blending real-world finances too much with what should be escapism, fun escapism. But that's just one man's take, and this is everything you need to know about the latest surrounding the NFT landscape. Let me know in the comments below what your thoughts and opinions are on where NFTs are headed based on the corporations that continue to pursue them versus the corporations that are pulling out, and whether you think this is something that will last or whether you think NFTs will die off unceremoniously, which is what I'm hoping for. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young out.
Young out.
You've seen Shunyun ads literally everywhere. But why is the CCP trying so desperately to shut it down? Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. During COVID, the Chinese Communist Party was all over the hashtag #StopAsianHate. State media kept putting out articles about how U.S. society had unleashed anti-Asian hate, how much work remains to tackle anti-Asian racism, and how there was so much deep-rooted racism that the U.S. probably wouldn't be able to get rid of it. Maybe next time the Chinese military sends a bunch of warplanes near
Anybody
Taiwan,
there?
Taiwan should hold up a sign
Anybody?
saying "Stop Asian Hate." Because apparently it's a different story when the hate is aimed at the CCP's enemies, like Shunyun, a New York-based performing arts company that promotes Chinese culture. Shunyun has become somewhat of a meme. Their ads are everywhere. The other day I opened up a box of Lucky Charms and out came China before communism. That might give you a clue to why the Chinese Communist Party has been trying to shut down Shunyun. The CCP will do things like write letters to theaters and politicians to try to get them to cancel the show. Yes, they're literally trying to keep people from dancing. The CCP has gone from the realm of real-life evil to John Lithgow and Footloose evil. That's one step away from becoming Disney evil. The CCP has also paid for inserts in mainstream media that bash Shunyun, calling it a blasphemy that masquerades as art, which is pretty ironic considering the Chinese Communist Party is officially atheist. If you don't believe in God, what do you consider blasphemy? Criticizing the God of communism? Also, blasphemy that masquerades as art? Sounds awesome. If you described a band that way, I'd say, heck yeah, metal. See you in the mosh pit. Don't do that at Shunyun. The Lincoln Center doesn't like that. Don't ask me how I know. The CCP has used a variety of tactics to target Shunyun, from slashing bus tires to spreading rumors they all had COVID.
Organizers now believe China is trying to smear their image and spread false information about the coronavirus, saying the performers and crew have it or have traveled to infected countries.
I can see why people might have believed that. I mean, if anyone was an expert on irresponsibly spreading COVID around the world, it's definitely China. The other big reason the CCP doesn't like Shunyun is because, according to their website, Shunyun Performing Arts was established by Falun Dafa practitioners.
How is the airplane coming already? So where did it drop it? No shit. It's N. I'm gonna put it on N. There we go. What? How did he shoot me? How is he not dead? Bullshit, Scav.
In 2006. That's another name for Falun Gong, a spiritual practice that became widely popular in China in the 90s before a large-scale crackdown gave them a taste of China after communism. And now the Falun Dafa Information Center has put out a new report about the war the CCP has been waging against Shen Yun.
Bullshit.
And some of what the CCP has done to Shen Yun, mind you, Americans in an American performing art troupe, is absolutely insane. I'll tell you what they did right after this quick break.
That was bullshit.
Welcome back. Wouldn't be surprised if you just saw an ad for Shen Yun. Actually, we've been getting a lot of ads from Temu lately. That's if we're monetized at all. So according to this new report, there have been 130 documented incidents of harassment, sabotage, disinformation, and physical attacks by Chinese officials or their proxies targeting Shen Yun. Probably the craziest was a plot to get Shen Yun's tax-exempt status removed. According to the DOJ, Chinese agents tried to bribe the IRS to do that. They allegedly paid what they thought was an IRS agent $5,000 and promised as much as $50,000 if certain goals were met. And you know the plan went off without a hitch, by the way I keep saying it was what they thought was an IRS agent.
Reloading.
Turns out it was an undercover law enforcement officer, and the two were arrested in California last May. The FBI recorded the agents saying the bribes were paid for and directed by the Chinese government. So this wasn't just their own stupid idea. Now, the criminal complaint against them doesn't specifically name Shen Yun. It only describes it as an entity run and maintained by Falun Gong practitioners. But according to the Falun Dafa Info Center, Shen Yun was the entity they were targeting. So why is the CCP so desperate to silence Shen Yun? I mean, I know China before communism, but seriously, China is one of the largest militaries in the world. Why are they afraid of a dance troupe? I mean, if your friends don't dance, they're no friends of mine. The problem is Shen Yun strikes at the core of Chinese communist propaganda. Shen Yun says its mission is to revive traditional Chinese culture. The Chinese Communist Party has spent the last 70-plus years trying to destroy traditional Chinese culture. During the Cultural Revolution, it tried to get rid of what it called the four olds: old ideas, old culture, old customs, and old habits. Thanks to its COVID response, it also got rid of countless of its fifth old people. And it especially tried to get rid of anything spiritual or religious. The Communist Party portrays itself as the inheritors of all Chinese history, and that there is no China without the Communist Party. It's pretty similar to how the Nazis subverted all of German culture to suit their own propaganda. Now, Shen Yun poses a threat to the CCP precisely because it exposes what the CCP has done to Chinese culture. And it's doing it through the arts, which the CCP knows will reach way more people than just taking out an ad in the newspaper. Wait, the CCP tried to destroy the old ways and change the culture after forcibly taking over? My God, they are Disney evil. That's public domain now. You can't sue me, Disney. Now, the funny thing is, basically all of the CCP's attempts to destroy Shen Yun, well, it's basically the Streisand effect. Your attempts to censor something is so loud and over the top, you actually get more people interested than if you just kept quiet. Here's one of Shen Yun's MCs in an interview we did 4 years ago.
So for example, in Australia, or performing in Canberra, very first year on tour, and after the show we walk outside the theater and we see two parliament members standing there, and they say, actually, you know, we got a letter from the Chinese embassy saying do not come see this show. And we're like, we hadn't heard of Shen Yun. What is this? This is interesting. Let's go check it out. And all the parliament members got the letter, and a bunch of them were there. Just could have had their meetings there and everything.
That wasn't the only time.
Czech Republic, one time a TV station got a letter saying, do not interview Shen Yun, do not promote them. Like, Shen Yun? What's that? It's coming to town? Okay, we weren't planning on interviewing them. It's like, okay, well, now we're going to call them. So then they got our dancer and our concert master went and did this interview in the Czech Republic. And they said, this is the Czech Republic. Maybe this is how you do things in China. Here we decide who and who will not be in our show, who and who will not be on stage. And we're very glad to have you, and good luck with your performance. And this is really the phenomenon worldwide. It's kind of like free advertising.
Man, I wish the CCP would start telling everyone to not watch this channel. Because right now, the only evil, China-loyal entity trying to suppress us is YouTube. Now, it's time to show some love to the people who make this show possible. The China Uncensored 50 Cent Army. Fans who support the show on patreon.com/China Uncensored. As my way of thanks, I'll answer their questions at the end of these episodes. Today's question comes from B. Hijmari. Thanks for your illuminating shows. Do you actually speak and read Chinese? And how come you know so much about this country? Thanks again. Well, thanks, B. And thanks for supporting the show so it's possible. So I do speak and read a little bit of Chinese, but since I've been locked out of the largest Chinese-speaking country in the world, it's getting pretty rusty. But I was always interested in Chinese culture growing up. I mean, I grew up with those old Shaw Brother Kung Fu films. But learning about the culture and history of China obviously brought me face to face with the Chinese Communist Party and what it's done to Chinese culture and history. That's one of the reasons I really appreciate what Shen Yun is doing. It's trying to bring back the culture I fell in love with. Thanks for your question and your support, B, and thank you for watching. Check out this video from my new channel, Gamers Unbeaten, and hit that orange Patreon button. You can help keep the lights on and the show going for as little as $1 an episode, and you can set a monthly limit. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. See you next time.
Once it starts from a limited set of strikes to, gets closer to a full-on invasion, say, the responsibility, the power, the authority that you have is completely changed. And then you are brought back in to this period of perceived Western interventionism, which for the UK is also in a site of a former colony in the British Protectorate of Aden. So it can bring back all of those concerns of the West, interfering in people, interfering in ways when that's exactly the type of ideological battle that states are trying to put you in. They're trying to say that you have no respect for law and order, that you have no respect for international norms and values, because you're saying this and doing another.
And from a purely military objective, Matthew, how effective have these airstrikes been? I mean, Rishi Sunak apparently has just said in the comments that all 13 targets have been destroyed. Is that going to be enough to deter the Houthis?
No, they won't be deterred. They won't be deterred until they have just one last man, one last team.
Hello and welcome to Frontline for Times Radio. I'm James Hansen, and today we're talking about the latest on the situation in the Red Sea with Dr. Matthew Hedges, an expert in security studies and authoritarian regimes. Matthew is also the author of Reinventing the Sheikhdom, Clan, Power and Patronage in Mohammed bin Zayed's UAE. And back in 2018, whilst conducting fieldwork research for his PhD in the United Arab Emirates, he was arrested, tortured and sentenced to life imprisonment under the charge of espionage. He was subsequently pardoned and released. Dr. Matthew Hedges, thank you so much for joining us today on Frontline.
Thank you very much for having me.
Let's begin with a bit about the Houthi rebels, who they are, and crucially what their role has been in Yemen over the past decade or so.
Sure. So the Houthis are, to their core, they are an extended family. They have grown from not even a nuclear unit, but somewhat of a meta family. They transcend the tribal dynamics within Yemen, and they've done this through the use of religion, through the creation of a political party, Ansar Allah, which you may have often heard the Houthis being referred to. So in this regard, the Houthis are both that core family unit to which leads the political party, but also the political party itself. And so it's easy to confuse the two terms, but to make sure that people understand there are certain distinctions, there are descriptors within them which might refer to a single aspect of the group. So yes, they are a family. Yes, they are at least at the executive, at the top level, whereas the broader consensus, the broader membership are part of a political unit, but they also are increasingly aligning around an Iranian-inspired theocratic model of governance. And this is something which is directly at odds with Yemen, because Yemen is a heavily tribal society. It's old, it's cultivated.
Do I have any more CMS?
And since the end of the Civil War, it's kind of renewed its social political interaction between itself. So when the Houthis, for decades they were fighting the central government as well as Saudi Arabia, they were, might as well have been mountain rebels. Could easily forget about them, but this continued.
and Iran saw a cheap opportunity through which to secure a foothold for themselves on the base of the Arabian Peninsula. As a result, the Houthis have turned from this group of mountain rebels, of an extended family, into something which is now effectively governing the totality of North Yemen. And this is because they have been able to transmute, they've been able to extend their family operation, like a mafia, into something which incorporates some of the formal structures of tribes. It incorporates the different religious views, and it does so under a single umbrella, either through reward or through coercion.
And clearly, for the last 10 years or so, they have been at the centre of a massive conflict in the region because they've been at war with a Saudi-led coalition. Bring us up to speed with where that conflict is now, Matthew.
Oh,
sure.
Damn it.
So the Houthis, after the Arab Spring, they effectively contested power with the long-term dictator Ali Abdullah Saleh. This led to a long and drawn-out coup, and once they actually physically took power within the capital Sana'a, Saudi Arabia, as well as the UAE and some other Gulf states, initiated a war with the intention and objective to remove the Houthis from power. This started in 2015. We are now in 2024. The Houthis are not just still in power, they are stronger than they've ever been. They've shown this by being able to attack Israel, the land itself, ships. They have the ability to impact and influence international shipping, international security. They have been able to withstand the pressure of years of sanction, years of attacks, and they are simply gaining in strength and authority. There is no true competitor domestically within Yemen to the Houthis. The Yemeni government is weak, it's split, and it holds maybe two or three governments which are spread across the country
37
and are at high risk of capture from either the Houthis or in South Yemen from the Southern Transitional Council, who are backed by the UAE, which, if that were to happen, then Yemen would effectively split. And that certainly does seem to be the way in which the country is going. The idea of Saudi Arabia, it's been left by itself, because the Emiratis left the conflict saying that they had completed their military operation. They still have military units there, but they aren't for the Saudi military objectives. They're for their own military objectives. They have started to diverge away from the idea of a single united Yemen because the Houthis are so strong and in power in Yemen, in North Yemen, that the realistic, the reasonable perception is that you cannot remove them. So you have to now think of a different parameter through which to work with. The Saudis want to position a federal type state or a confederation where there's a Houthi-controlled third, there's a government-controlled third, and there's a Southern Transitional Council-controlled third of the country. But they're still working together with the Houthis, who are, conducting these terrorist attacks. And there was a peace agreement in advanced stages held by the United Nations after the Houthis' increase in shipping and piracy. This is now nearly completely undermined and destroyed, as no one can take the word of the Houthis seriously, nor could they work with them.
We're going to come on to the latest situation in the Red Sea in just a moment, Matthew. But when we talk about the Houthis, particularly in recent days in the media, people talk about the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels. So just talk to me about their links to Tehran. What kind of support does the Iranian regime provide them with?
Sure.
Not
so,
fuck it up this
as I briefly mentioned, the Houthis weren't, from their inception, from their creation, they were not an Iranian ally. But they have, out of a shared relationship, out of a shared enemy, they have grown in stature together. And this has, in turn, evolved into a near, it's not even a proxy relationship anymore. It's more direct than this. It's direct. The Houthis would not have been able to do, or to conduct the attacks that they have done. They would not be able to hold on to.
a big fight upstairs. I heard you. What you want to do? Want to live and let live? Continue tasking or? fuck was he? I thought it might have been a player. Oh, I might have just fucked myself. fuck you. One more fuel truck. To go over there and mark that last fuel truck. Get the fuck in there. I heard another one. Damn it, wrong ammo. Railway is my exfil, right? Oh, I want that fucking pistol, bro. That pistol grip. I know how I can get it. Can I get it like that? Dope. Wow, this has got to be the first time this thing spawned.
Power, the way they have done in North Yemen, without direct Iranian support. And this has been cited nearly every year by the United Nations for Iran accused of sending weapons to Yemen. Ships are confiscated, smugglers have been intercepted. We've seen evidence of another Iranian proxy, Hezbollah. They've sent their soldiers and trainers to go to Yemen and to train the Houthis into using advanced weaponry. They have helped them maintain aircraft. So all of a sudden, out of this war, the Houthis have been able to maintain helicopters and jets and start flying them again. But this is after a period of several years. And these evolutions, these developments only show the success that Iran and its other proxies are having when compounded and when directed towards Yemen. It is why ballistic missiles were used so effectively against Saudi Arabia, against the UAE, when they were hitting oil infrastructure, airports, and hence there was a very quick discussion to try and calm those tensions. But now again, this group, which were a decade or so before, quite literally mountain soldiers, now able to go and fire ballistic missiles, anti-ship cruise missiles, UAVs. They're able to not just fire them and in some cases have some success, but also even undertake the industrial process to create them, to go and get civilian parts to put together a UAV, which can be used to attack a ship, to undertake an airborne raid from a helicopter and to hijack a ship. These are very clear instances of direct Iranian involvement in this. The issue with Iran comes, you have the Iranian state and you have the Revolutionary Guard, which is a parallel state. They are, of course, still one and the same, but it is the IRGC that is front and center at this. We've seen Houthi figures go to Iran often and meet with their Iranian counterparts. We've seen Iranian figures, at least discreetly, turn up in in Yemen. We've seen Houthi soldiers martyred, killed, fighting alongside the other Iranian proxy Hezbollah. We've seen them killed in Syria as part of their field training. So there is an absolute commonality, there is a merger of those networks, of which the Houthis would not have been able to get to where they are now without this Iranian support.
That brings us on to the situation we've been seeing in the last, few months in the Red Sea, with the Houthi rebels attacking commercial shipping. And of course, we know how important the Red Sea is as a commercial shipping lane. Are they doing that almost to deliberately provoke the West?
Oh, 100%. It is part of a broader ideological, a narrative battle, if that's the best way to discuss it, whereby the US in particular is standing so vehemently behind Israel regardless of the perceived injustices that Israel is committing in Gaza, regardless of the perceived abuse of international law. And so when the Houthis attack commercial shipping, when they hijack ships, or when Iran does this, there's a perception that you cannot criticize us because you are no better. So Iran is doing this, the Houthis are doing this to not only demonstrate their own authority and power, but to also test the integrity of Western states. If the US and the UK, who are the particular antagonists in firing weapons against the Houthis, if they claim to be doing this on the defense of international law and order, well, why are you doing this here? But then you're not applying this towards Israel. It's a way to deliberately twist and use the words against them. Why are you doing this to us when you can see what's happening in Gaza? You can see how it's so easily weaponized, especially when Iran is putting this through it's called that pan-Islamic narrative, where it's a global war against Muslims, against Islam. And so you then see you would see communities, they're so they become more polarized. It's such an emotional topic, and absolutely, there are reasons, credible reasons for this. But there's also a deliberate act that the Houthis are doing, knowing that a reaction will come. By attacking certain ships in certain places, they know that this is endangering the international security. They know it's going to be impacting states across the world. This isn't just impacting Israel. It started off by attacking Israel and some specific ships linked to Israel, but it's now completely incorporated, international shipping altogether. Now, the red line, which prompted the US and the UK to attack the Houthis, was not, in my mind, the large number of missiles and UAVs that targeted a US ship last week, I believe. This was not the red line. The red line was Iran hijacked an oil tanker off the coast of Oman. Because it is one thing for a non-state actor, the Houthis, to do this and to continue doing it, but Iran doing it and to do it off the coast of an allied state was a complete that was the immediate point of response, and hence why it was several hours after this when the Houthis came.
Which I suppose begs the question, if the Houthis were actively trying to provoke a conflict with the West, are these airstrikes that we've been seeing in the last week or so going to make any difference? I mean, even today we've had reports of a UK vessel being targeted near the Yemeni port city of Aden. If that's not deterring them, what will?
Yeah, so you have the attack on a British ship near Aden, you have attacks against a US ship as well today. These initial attacks were neither small enough, which could be brushed off as a symbolic gesture, nor were they big enough where they could be seen as having a crippling effect on the Houthis. It is actually much more a fundamental question that's being put at play here. It's the idea of the international order of this, well, it's not so much a unipolar world anymore, it's a bipolar world, maybe a multipolar world. But if the West says, and it will stand up for certain rights, if it will stand up for certain principles, unless you follow through with that, your words are meaningless. So it's a test. It's a test because if the UK and US wasn't to do this, what would it how would this enable China, Russia, Iran to do this further? The UAE with its work in Sudan, Saudi Arabia with its own expansion. How would they then interpret the West's strong words if they have no intention of actually following it up? There has to be a degree of payment. If you keep saying that we're going to do this, but you never do, it's kind of the boy cried wolf. But what the limited number of attacks, or the limited volume of what has happened so far does indicate that there will be more to come, that it wasn't really ever going to stop the Houthis from attacking, because also they don't have to attack ships. They can attack Western military bases within the region. They could attack, which they've done before in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. They are all targets, for response. But it's also critical here to mention the fact that, as we mentioned, the war with and how the Houthis have gotten to the power they have is because of the war initiated by Saudi Arabia and the UAE. This is nearly 10 years later. The group is there in a stronger position of power, and the West has been extremely reluctant to do anything. They've tried to support this process for peace, because the last thing they want is to get brought back into the Middle East. So in the same way that they have to be showing the West to be strong, that they stand and mean for something, it's also the year of elections in London and in Washington. It's a way for Rishi Sunak, for Joe Biden, to turn around and say, look, we're being tested internationally. China is looking at Taiwan. It's thinking that maybe because we're not being strong enough anymore, we're not willing to stand up, that they could test us. Russia's tried it with Ukraine. We've pushed back. Maybe they don't feel as though we're serious enough. But Saudi Arabia and the UAE have failed to achieve their objectives in Yemen, so we now have to go in and clear up their mess. The reason that this can't be celebrated from the region is because it's diametrically opposed to the Houthis also supporting the Palestinian cause, which is something of a much more publicly unifying message. So they may criticize Western intervention again, but at the same time, they're celebrating it because it's trying to repair the damage that they've caused for nearly a decade.
I want to come on to the links between what we're seeing in the Red Sea and what we're seeing in Gaza in a moment, Matthew. But you mentioned Rishi Sunak there, of course, the UK Prime Minister. We should say at the time of recording, he's currently addressing the House of Commons about the situation in the Red Sea. And he says he wants to do everything he can to reduce tensions. But if you are the UK, if you are the US, how do you achieve that? How do we reduce tensions from here?
This has to be discussed. This has to be, you can't pretend. You're not dealing with the Houthis, you're dealing with Iran. Should Iran tell the Houthis to do something, they will do it. Iran has said on multiple occasions that it doesn't want an escalation. What they're trying to do is to get a stop to the war in Gaza. Now, we've seen Washington's inability to convince Israel into stopping or at least reducing its war in Gaza. But the two could realistically be seen as interrelated. Should there be a reduction in Israeli actions within Gaza, Iran could respond in kind. The Houthis, however, are not a trusted or reliable actor that you can negotiate with. They've shown this on multiple occasions, and they have nothing else to lose. Whereas for the West, the only way they can go is further and further and further in. Plus, it also It simply, it then gives you a responsibility. You've started this, so now you have to go and clean it up. So that's maybe why Rishi Sunak doesn't want it to go further, because once it starts from a limited set of strikes to,
oh yeah,
you know,
I can't take.
gets closer to a full-on invasion, say,
I can't.
the responsibility, the power, the authority that you have is completely changed, and then you are brought back in to this period of perceived Western interventionism, which for the UK is also in a site of a former colony in the British Protectorate of Aden. So it can bring back all of those concerns of the West, interfering in people, interfering in ways when that's exactly the type of ideological battle that states are trying to put you in. They're trying to say that you have no respect for law and order, that you have no respect for international norms and values, because you're saying this and doing another.
And from a purely military objective, Matthew, how effective have these airstrikes been? I mean, Rishi Sunak apparently has just said in the Commons that all 13 targets have been destroyed. Is that going to be enough to deter the Houthis?
No, they won't be deterred. They won't be deterred until they have just one last man, one last team. They were initially wholly dependent on imports from Iran and from Iran's network of smugglers. They have since been able to manufacture and develop weapons domestically. They've been able to train their own soldiers into firing them. There are also reports of Iranian or IRGC ships operating within the region, helping with intelligence and some of the reconnaissance. So they have all of the individual components. They're not really undertaking much damage, but it's the perceived threat that it's causing. This is what's most important here. So do they need to? They can't really be deterred because it's part of a much larger battle. Now, if I was to suppose or hypothesize a new scenario, just say that the Houthis, in response to these attacks, targeted ships within the Persian Gulf. They targeted ships around the Straits of Hormuz, along the Emirati coast,
one viewer,
opposite Tehran.
But there's a list of 1, 2, 3,
what you'll then
4,
be doing
5, 6, 7,
is
8, 9,
demonstrating
10, 11, 12.
Or expanding
So who's the viewer and
the
who's
international
the
threat of shipping.
Or they're all bots.
To not just one, but two of these strategic
Late
choke
night
points
stream's no good for
where
me.
an enormous amount of global trade runs through. If it's already increased shipping by 500%, say, just through the Red Sea, imagine what will happen if they are able to target and harass these two areas, not just one.
There is so much we could unpick in terms of the situation in the Red Sea with the Houthis. Just finally on the current situation, Matthew, where do you think this leaves Gaza and the potential for a ceasefire? I mean, it felt almost as if slowly the US and the UK were moving to a situation where they were increasing the pressure on Israel to, at the very least, scale back their military operations. If anything, does that now put that in jeopardy? Because surely there will now be a pressure for the West not to be seen to give in to the Houthis.
So you're correct. The pressure that the West and Israel is under now is time. It's always been time for Israel. But the time is also the public battle, the international courts of justice, Israel's answering Israel's response to accusations of genocide. This is as important as Western pressure. Israel cannot realistically maintain the tenacity, the intensity of operations in Gaza without consistent help and supply from the West, at least certainly without incurring far more soldier casualties, something which it would not maybe be willing to accept. But you're right, it's how do you balance the demands of keeping up a battle to try and defeat a group or an organization which the Israelis have failed from the very start. by stating that they wanted to defeat Hamas, and they were going to do so solely by military means. This is an impossible task. It is not something which they can do. This has been widely spoken about. You know, the idea that if you may kill one Hamas soldier, but 2 more will replace them, of which it doesn't have to be Hamas, it can be a completely new group or identity. All you're doing is creating more and more sufferers. You're creating more and more people who are vindicated, who have a reason to fight.
For fuck's sake, I loaded into the wrong map. That's at Emercom. I just want to get out of here. Go to reserve. No panic. No panic. No panic. No panic. Why did that look like a dude standing? Because I'm dumb. Wrong map, like a dum-dum.
Now, for the West, who have publicly backed Israel throughout this, there does have to be limits. Now, the US has been, the UK has been more critical of Israel. The US has at least tried to be more balanced, at least in their mind. But this is coming to a head, and it's coming to a head very quickly. This is likely to be directly linked to the events in The Hague. But either way, it doesn't put the Netanyahu administration in a very good place, because they would have neither achieved their strategic goals nor been able to maintain international support, for their operations.
Before we finish, Matthew, I mentioned at the start of this interview that back in 2018, when you were researching your PhD, you were arrested, you were tortured, and you were sentenced to life in prison in the United Arab Emirates. And obviously, thankfully, you were subsequently pardoned and released. But I mean, this is something we could talk to for hours, and maybe another point would be good to go into in the full depth it merits. But I just wondered, how are you now, and how do you reflect on what happened?
I'm better now, of course. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Every day I learn. I learn new things about myself. You learn through success, through failure. The fact I've been able to come here today to the studio is a positive for me. When I first arrived back, because I'd spent 7 months in solitary confinement, it was difficult for me to leave not just my house, but my bedroom within my house. Interacting with people is still a difficult task. I'm trying to learn to use my trauma, my experience for good for others. I'm doing a lot of work with NGOs such as Redress and Freedom from Torture. Some work with survivors of torture group. We've been putting through some different policies to government. I've also been utilizing my research speciality and experience to really focus on authoritarian regimes and state security organizations. It's been such a great way for me to amplify and unite my research experience and expertise along with a personal view of events. So, for example, I had been reviewing the UAE's operations in Yemen as part of my research, and that was how I had initially been brought into looking into Yemen. During my detention, I was also threatened with being renditioned to a secret military base in South Yemen, where I was told I'd never see the light of day again. I'd be beaten every day. And ever since, I've continued to keep an eye, and I've continued to research events in Yemen. And I know what has been going on in quite intense detail. And I've just known from my return, I'm lucky because I'm alive, and I'm here to tell the tale when many others aren't. I've had support from others, so I do feel a huge responsibility to do as much as I can, whilst also trying to aid in conversations and debates as and where I feel it is suitable. And so here today, of course, the Houthi attacks on shipping is of huge international significance and importance. The physical impact they're having has been somewhat limited. I'm not trying to undermine them in the slightest. It's far more symbolic, but it's also a symptom of over a decade-long failure for the states that started this war to achieve their aims. This lies nearly entirely on Saudi Arabia, and this is because the Emiratis were very clever in removing themselves from the conflict. But by doing so, they've also initiated and demonstrated a very stark split and contrast between themselves and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia wants to keep a united Yemen. The Emiratis are pushing hard for an independent South Yemen, and that's because they have invested a lot of money and time into developing this group of people. And I've over this time I've been able to see it's not just chess. You can see how strategically these policies, these networks are created and implemented over days, weeks, through cross industry. It's fascinating to see and to watch. And whenever I can do things to help others and try and inform, I do. I am continuing to push for justice. I have 2 criminal cases in France and Austria against Emirati individuals, including the president of Interpol, and I have a civil case open in London. And it keeps my drive and attention going to be able to seek accountability and justice. And I don't know if you remember, last year I also had an apology from the Foreign Office. Yes. For their failure to protect me from torture, which I experienced in the UAE.
Well, Matthew, we really appreciate having you here with us today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for watching this episode of Frontline for Times Radio. For more on the war in Ukraine, subscribe to the Times Radio YouTube channel. Listen to Times Radio on your digital radio, or you can read the Times online with your digital subscription or in print. Thank you and goodbye.
Why did the YouTube only go to one speaker just then?
Вот,
Oh,
камикадзу, еще дымится.
Where the fuck am I? The fuck do I get out of here? Where the fuck am I? I'm in a building, obviously. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm way up in somewhere. How the fuck do I get out of here? This way. Okay, so over at the helicopter thing. How can I get to those?
Стопудово попал!
Oh, that's what I don't have. Oh, yes, I do. Of course he came right when I did the med. The fuck? That did a lot of damage. All I gotta do is get the fuck out of here. Thank you. Dope.
Камикадзе поигрался. Прямо вот сюда и прилетел.
Hi guys, it's Yad from Warhawk Defense. We have another update on the Ukrainian situation. After the new year, fires, explosions are continuing at accelerating rate all across Russia. Is
I don't have anything
new Ukrainian
to eat
strategy or
that
just
I can make now,
regarding
other
the
than
war
porridge.
in Ukraine among
But I can
Russian
put
population?
cream.
We don't know. Or maybe it's a combination
I can put
of
cream
both.
into the
But
porridge
we do know that
and have
all
raspberries
across
and
Russia
sugar.
there are a lot of fires, explosions, diversions, and the cause is unknown for now, but let it keep it so. It's more mysterious this way. Let's see the update.
Wildberries employees burned down the 100,000 square meters, 25 acres warehouse in St. Petersburg in response to Putin's fascist raids at the location earlier today. Masses of workers were arrested to be sent to fight in Ukraine. By the way, Wildberries is Russia's Amazon ripoff. The roof is collapsing. Hurry to the gate. The videos coming from the now completely destroyed Wildberries warehouse in St. Petersburg show understandably absolute chaos among the workers. But what is mind-boggling is that many workers claim that they got held up by security because of the fear of theft. Wildberries company claims it is negotiating with rescue services to use a helicopter to put out the fire at the warehouse in St. Petersburg. So if there's a fire in Russia and the smoke from it covers half of St. Petersburg, negotiations with firepersons are needed so they will start work. If someone gets robbed in Russia, should that person start negotiating with the police? This is complete breakdown of the system if connections are needed even for issues like this one. There have been at least 50 large fires in the past 5 to 6 months in the large warehouses in Russia, mostly in Moscow region and St. Petersburg. No one was punished. There have been rumors that with the sanctions, it is more profitable to burn down the building and get payments from insurance than upkeep half-empty spaces. You won't believe it, but yet another town in Russia is now without heat. Novomoskovsk in Tula region, 372 residential buildings, 16 kindergartens, and a hospital are without heat because of an incident at the local electricity station. All resources and means are directed towards liquidating the accident, says the press release of the local mayor's office. Russian Telegram channel reports that despite all the efforts to fix the station, nothing works. And locals report that their apartments are getting cold. It's up to 10 degrees Fahrenheit outside. There has been a whole series of accidents with utility services in Russia since 2024 started. A video of the fire at the headquarters of the 70th Regiment of the Russian Army on January 11, 2024, has appeared online. It seems to me that this Russian soldier is very happy, and he's happily taking selfies.
11 января 2024 года. Смотрите приколюху. 70-й полк. Вообще, ты чё, ему все горит, нахуй, в огне, ебать. Штаб, нахуй, ему. Как Владимир Владимирович Путин вчера сказал, нахуй, ему, что будут проверки создаваться, нахуй, ему. Вот она, нахуй, ему, 70-й полк. Смотрите, ему, как пламя горит, вообще жестко. Все, смотрите.
This is rare. Russian, with a decent sense of humor, reviews his pickup truck damaged by a kamikaze drone.
Вот, камикадзе еще дымится, камикадзе поигрался. Прямо вот сюда прилетел, чуть дырочку сделал. Да, провода сгорели. Сиденье нормально. Дворник не работает теперь один. Отломился почему-то. Вот так вот, с Шевроле Нивой, что происходит? О, надо забрать, блядь, у него тормозуха там лежит под фарой. Ну, на, рубай. Подержи. Только недавно ездил. Была хорошая машина, но ненадолго.
Ukrainian soldiers captured a group of Russian soldiers together with Somalian mercenary who wanted to earn money by killing Ukrainians. He was recruited 2 months ago. I don't know what Ukraine should do with him, because Russia will not exchange him. Write your options in the comments.
Somali, where are you from?
From Somalia.
Somali, yes?
Yeah, Somalia.
Where you come to here, to the army?
Why?
Huh?
Why?
Where? When?
When? 2 months back.
2 months back?
Yeah.
Okay, why you come here?
Dengue.
Dengue money, yes?
Красавчик.
A Russian evacuation MTLB with all kinds of wooden and rubber implements to improve survivability.
Боевой техники. Она выглядит немножко, может быть, но очень действенно. Да, применяются против наших бойцов и FPV-дроны. И да, сбрасывают все для того, чтобы это все не повредило ни технику, ни личный состав. Обшивается металлической сеткой, деревянными конструкциями. Да, для техники вес не добавляется сильно, а вот с точки зрения защиты, да, вот в таких вот полевых условиях мы сегодня это все дело наблюдаем. Вот, можете посмотреть.
Мы подготовили машину для эвакуации, это МТЛБ. Как вы видите, обтянутая сеткой равицы, для того, чтобы предотвратить попадание дронов для уничтожения личного состава и эвакуируемого личного состава с позиции, если такие будут. Обтянутая резина.
What?
1,5 сантиметра. Обтает. Ширина 1,5 сантиметра. Также вы видите.
I'm looking up this next path.
Для того, чтобы личный состав грузился на броню. Вот резина. Так визуально не видно, но она прошита деревянным брусом для усиления брони. Для маскировки в зимних условиях данная машина обшита крючным материалом. Показываю брус, который прошит под резиновым материалом. Далее. Отсек для обслуживания короткой передачи и попадания механика водителя на свое штатное место. Также сверху. Машина укрыта белой маскетью для маскировки в зимних условиях.
Russian authorities are cutting off heating in prisons so that prisoners go to fight in Ukraine, writes the German Bild. Temperatures have dropped to 31 degrees in many parts of Russia. It seems that Vladimir Putin has decided to use the cold weather to replenish his weakened troops in Ukraine. Many colonies are turning off the heating so that prisoners are more willing to go to war. For this reason, they just cut off the heating for them at below 0 temperatures, said Olga Romanova, founder of the Sitting Rus project. By doing so, the conditions in prisons must become unbearable so that the men there would go to Ukraine. There are 3 groups in Russia for whom most people have no compassion when they die at the front. They are prisoners, national minorities living in poor regions far from Moscow, and new citizens. As long as these 3 groups are fighting and dying in Ukraine, Putin can create the illusion of normality for the rest.
Exactly what I've been
Overall,
saying
the success of the
for
prisoner
a long
units is
time.
quite limited, as we can also see from current events on the front. Prisoners are simply sent en masse to the front line in Ukraine and sacrificed there. According to Romanova, women from Russian prisons are being recruited more and more often. Currently, about 1,000 Russian women are fighting in Ukraine.
Guys, I hope you liked this video. Comment, like, subscribe, become a member, and stay strong.
Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. Also, if you want to support Warthog Defense, please become our member and get early access to new videos, exclusive members-only videos, and become administrator in comments section. The membership link is in the description.
Every day. We had a guy last week at 6 rescues in 6 days. You know, he's doing the job every day.
The strongest magnet in the universe has been discovered. It's an exotic, ultra-rare neutron star. It's called GROJ 1008-57, and it's got a magnetic field over 1 trillion times stronger than the Earth's. Stars like this are so strong that they have the power to do ridiculous things to anything that comes even remotely close. If you got within 1,000 kilometers of it, you'd simply dissolve. Your atoms would be super stretched. Their shape would warp into something completely unrecognizable. The molecular structure that makes you up, forget about it. It's gone. You'd just disappear. So nothing good can come from messing with a star like this. But how magnetic is it? Well, its field is calculated to be 1 billion Tesla. Tesla is the unit we use to measure how magnetic something is. Just to put this into context, the Earth's magnetic field is a millionth of a Tesla, but we've cooked up something far stronger in the lab. This is what 1200 Tesla did. Despite its supercharged magnetic strength, the star is actually incredibly small. It has a diameter of 20 kilometers. You might be wondering just what makes a star like this so magnetic? First, we need to find out more about how these neutron stars and their rarer subtypes come about. Neutron stars are created by the death of massive stars. Having run out of fuel, their upper layers are obliterated and the core collapses. We witness an extreme explosion, a supernova. Leftover electrons and protons come together to form neutrons, and with the right solar mass, we end up with a neutron star, a severely squashed down version of what was there before. Astronomically speaking, they're the densest thing out there.
If you dropped a marshmallow onto a neutron star, it would have the energy of an atomic bomb because the gravity is so powerful.
So they're cosmically very small, but unbelievably dense. Let's put it another way. If I had a matchbox full of neutron star material, it would weigh approximately 3 billion tons. Or let's go another way, maybe something smaller like a sugar cube. A sugar cube of neutron star stuff would weigh as much as a mountain. And I'd be very strong. But what stuff makes up neutron stars? Why are they so dense?
I need to take a food
break. Well, their
break.
insides are a bit of a mystery. We know that they have atmospheres made up of hydrogen and helium, and an outer and inner core made from neutrons, electrons, and atomic nuclei. But we still don't know what hyperdense matter lies at their center. So, does this density cause a star's megamagnetism?
I need to make some food.
Actually, we don't know. This takes us literally to the edge of scientific thinking. Scientists believe that as a neutron star is born, the magnetic field of the previous star shrinks. Combine this with this unusual, highly dense matter, and this could cause the phenomenal magnetism it wields. So we don't really know why a neutron star is so magnetic. It's a total mystery. But
I've written down most of what I intend to say. If you've got anything you might want to add. So you were true to your word, Colonel. You stood alongside me.
We are down to one last everything. There's practically no redundancy.
Practically no redundancy.
Wasn't funny the first 3 times?
I'm very tired.
Okay, we know what the problems are. What are the solutions?
this doing again?
Well, what I think we're trying to say.
We make the best
There
we
we
can
go.
and carry on with the mission.
That doesn't sound like that's what
Okay,
you were trying
I
to
need
say.
food.
Well, you're talking like we have a choice here.
Actually,
Eli, please.
Gin and I figured out how to dial the ninth chevron back to Earth while Destiny recharges in a star.
Without blowing up the ship, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Here we go.
Look, Eli's solution, however brilliant, fails to consider the 1,000 things that could go wrong when attempting to open a wormhole in a star.
I can show you the simulation.
More to the point, it could cause the same kind of overload that happened on Icarus.
Well, who cares if we're not even going to be here?
Well, I do, Lieutenant, along with anyone else who cares to remain aboard this ship.
Rush, come on, man. Nobody in their right mind would stay.
You said you understood how important this mission was.
I did.
So what's changed?
Nicholas, you know what's changed.
Look, I was all aboard with this. You know that. But if the ship can't fly, there is no mission. It's not like we're just giving up here.
Well, that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, fortunately for the people on this ship, the decision is not yours to make.
Well, thankfully, it's not your bloody decision either.
Rush.
We can't
stay ahead of it. We're losing them. That's it, everyone. We're going through. Let's go. Wow, you heard him. Let's go. Come on. Eli, there's nothing more you can do. Eli, get the hell out of here. Rush. Guys, maintain a stable connection and I'll give you the same segment. Please go. Go! I don't really know how long that was like that. It felt like hours. Kept waiting for the end to come. Destiny fought this way alive.
Sure that they all didn't make it.
I didn't say they all didn't make it.
I'm Dr. Rush. How many of them made it through?
I'm sorry, sir. Only one. Hours ago. He's been waiting to switch with someone to see why the others didn't follow.
The connection was made. But you were the only one who made it through to Earth.
We were told we'd be leaving for Earth by now. What's happening? Some funky stuff, man.
Lieutenant Scott, come in.
Sir, you are cutting it awful close here.
Stand down, Lieutenant. We've decided not to go ahead.
You gotta be kidding me.
Sir?
We have reason to believe the evacuees will not make it through alive. Send everyone to their quarters.
Understood.
You made the right decision. Yeah, but bloody time.
I want to use the stones to confirm his story.
Well, we've never used a stone inside a star, and I don't think now's the time to start it. But I'll tell you what, you can go talk to yourself once we're safely on the other side.
Safely?
I think now we all need to be on the bridge.
Oh, well. At least they'll have someone to engage in a decent conversation.
There it is. Well, I think that's confirmation, don't you?
We're altering course and accelerating. But we're close enough to get a decent look at it.
Yeah, but for the grace of God, huh?
It's my fault. Everybody on that ship died because of me.
Yeah, well, the only reason we're even in this situation is because you're all trying to save me.
Do you guys see what I see?
What?
The damage is confined mostly to the engineering spaces. The main living compartments look intact.
So?
You got an idea?
Out of the way! Out of the way! Move, move, move!
Why do they always run in these shows? Why doesn't he just use the radio
Said it was
like
falling
they're
back
about to
toward the
say?
star.
Well, that was me, actually.
Okay.
I'm telling you, we need to get over to that ship.
It might be worth the risk if we can salvage ammunition, food, supplies.
That's not what he's talking about.
Well, what is it then?
Spare parts. I had the same idea. I ran the whole way too, so.
How much time do we have before we're out of range?
Well, we can't take a shuttle. The other ship is too close to the star, and Destiny is accelerating away.
We can arrange a short FTL jump. Use the Stargate.
It's the same gate. Can it dial itself?
I don't see why not. Destiny's address isn't based on a fixed point in space. We'll have to input the distance calculation, but you guys should be able to work that out, right?
Yeah, between me, Eli, and me.
All right, well, let's start putting together a list.
Yeah.
I'd like to lead the team over there.
I should go as well. I'm the only one who knows which systems were affected by the overload.
Listen, Rush, I don't even know if that's what I should call you.
Well, it is my name.
Fine. What I'm trying to say is that you've been through hell and back. You don't gotta do this.
Man wants to help, Everett. Let him help. We're gonna need all hands for this.
Okay.
These are priority number one. We want as many as we can get our hands on. This one's burnt out, this one's good. Now they're in every console, power relay, and pretty much every piece of equipment aboard the ship. Open them up, pull them out, and move on.
What do you call those things?
I don't know, things that make it go.
We should find concentrations of working parts in the bridge, control interface, and neural interface rooms.
Number two, these things. And don't ask me what they're called, I'm not even sure how they work.
We also have to get our hands on the other repair robot and shield emitter relays.
We'll get everything on the list. If there's still time, we'll move on to our secondary objectives.
Now, how much time do we have?
We'll assess that once we're aboard.
Conditions will be difficult, they will be dangerous, but make no mistake, we need to salvage these things if we are going to survive. Dial the gate, everyone step back. Send Aquino.
It's getting hot already, but the air is still breathable. Call it a green light.
Let's move.
Form into your teams and stand by.
Okay, I'm reading power and life support in both the bridge and control interface room. 40 minutes till the shield fails.
And that's the time we have. Lieutenant, that means your team heads straight to the armory.
Got it.
You know your assignments, let's go. This is Telford. We are proceeding 40 minutes on the clock.
Okay, let's go.
David, be careful.
Will do.
Someone should report to Homeworld Command. Explain what's been going on.
Well, you go ahead, and when you're back, you can explain it to me.
I must think we're all dead.
Didn't happen.
Yeah, it did.
Not to us, Eli.
You can say anything you like. Tell me to take one timeline at a time, but if Rush wasn't sent back by a freak of physics, we'd all be dead by now.
We'll start here. Let's make this quick. Spread out. Over here, guys.
try to get that alarm off?
Start at the back!
Guess we're not going in there.
What the fuck?
So this must be pretty weird for you two, huh?
Yes.
Half the ones I'm pulling are burnt out from the overload.
I'll tell you what we can get. Go get your CO2 nose. We need to breathe, too.
Pennell, you with me?
No, fuck it. I'm not fucking with it now.
Attack time! Start packing it up! Get back to the Stargate. Quickly as you can. Go! Getting hot, huh?
Yeah, dry heat.
All right, that's it. We're out of here. Move.
It goes on the gun.
Get back to the gate room. Double
Not
time.
on the helmet.
How we doing?
We eat tonight.
Excellent. Get out of here.
Pack it up. Come on, let's go. All right, that's it. Let's go.
What do you think? I think it's not on the list.
Double.
Maybe I do that
Amount of
cab
weapons
first.
we can bring online. Do we even have time for this?
Colonel, we've come across a piece of equipment that could significantly increase our weapons capability, but we're up against the clock.
For that, we should risk it.
But once he agrees with me. Look, I'll go and I'll bring back the proper tools. Be careful not to touch the damaged one. But 1,000 volts running through that. Do you think I might know that?
Didn't mean to sneak up on you. This is it?
Yeah. The others took the parts we had back to the gate room. My youngest self is coming back to help, but I don't want to wait for him.
You don't trust him either, huh? So what went wrong?
What are you talking about?
Not that I think you would kill them all deliberately.
I tried to save them.
You don't think I'd buy that story? Rush valiantly keeping the gate open while the ship explodes all around him?
I don't care what you think.
It wouldn't be the first time you sabotaged a ship to make an ass out of me, would it? Last time we tried to dollar it from inside a star comes to mind, among others. So what went wrong?
The wormhole was unstable.
I'm talking about what really happened.
Their blood is on your hands, not mine.
They would have all made it home, but you did something!
I was trying to buy them some time.
Oh, and there's not a single person left alive to
Get
confirm.
your hands off of me! You're the coward! You're the one that didn't believe in the mission! You're the one that killed them!
All right, right over here. Hey, Rush, where's your other,
Found something for the weapons.
There's no
Still
time.
have time, I'll just come back to help.
All right, I'll go with you. Dial the gate and keep it open for us. TJ, get these people out of here.
Don't stay too long. All right, everybody move out. We're gonna dial the gate.
Нормально, нормально, живем, пацаны.
Should keep that one 100%, and I got parts for it. Well, definitely want that. I think I'd rather have this. we leave. I could have sworn I closed this door. Hey, now I have to look at my... Lord Nucky subscribed to YouTube. Lord Nucky now subscribes to my YouTube.
О, ништяк, шкура цела, уже неплохо.
There they go.
Да ёбушки-воробушки.
Wow.
Гоп-стоп, мы подошли за угол.
We good? Wow, that's bright. Way too bright. Way too bright. Oh, what the fuck? Moro! Moronakki, kuuleksä mut? No, well, yes and no. I'm resetting my clock, cause like for the last week I've been going to sleep at like 6 a.m. and getting up at like 1 p.m. And keskiviikkona mulla on se eka psykiatri aamulla. Mä en halua, että mä vittu tiistaina menen nukkuu joskus 5 aamulla ja herän 8 ja sit menen ihan väsyneenä sinne puhumaan asioita. Ja plus jos mä nukun 3 tuntia, niin ne päivät niin oikeesti ihan fyysisesti niin kuin sairausolo oksentelee ja niin poispäin. Niin, mitä sunnuntaina mä pysyin sängyssä 6 asti, nukuin. Illalla sit heräsin ja pysyin hereillä eilisen asti kello 4 iltapäivää. Mä olisin halunnut mennä siihen 6-7, mutta en mä kestä. 4 iltapäivällä nukahdin eilen. Heräsin sit puol 12 yöllä eilen. Olen nyt ollut hereillä siitä asti. Tarttis mennä tämän päivän läpi. Joskus iltapäivällä tarttis mennä tädin luo suihkun sun muuta, kun on se psykiatri keskiviikko. Ja sit takas kotiin ja joskus 7-8 nukkumaan, jos mä kestäisin siihen asti. Juu, joskus 7-8, jos mä siihen asti kestäisin. Niin, mutta mulla on kans, mä rakastan kahvia, but my fucking, it does a number on my stomach, especially when I'm all fucking anxious and stressed, which I am about Wednesday. Kun jos ne ei jatka mun sairausloma, niin mä en vittu tiedä mitä mä teen. Pelkkä ajatuskin niin kuin, palaa niin kuin, semmoiseen, että joka päivä tonne keskustaan ja ihmisten ilmoille ja bla bla. Niin kuin, nyt kun mä olen niissä ahdistuslääkkeissä ja mä huomaan se ero, ja suurin ero on just se, että vittu ensimmäinen kerta 20 vuoteen, heti kun mä aloitin ne lääkkeet, niin ensimmäinen kerta 20 vuoteen, kirjaimellisesti, niin kuin en liioittele yhtään, niin ensimmäinen kerta 20 vuoteen, että vittu mä herään, että mun lakanat ei ole hiestä märkä ja niin poispäin. Ja niin kuin, kyllä mun olisi pitänyt tajuta silloinkin, kun mä olin 36 ja mun parta meni harmaaksi vittu yhden yön aikana. Olisi pitänyt silloin kuittaa, että nyt ei ole kaikki ihan ok. Mä oon niin loppu, mulla ei ole mitään energiaa tehdä mitään, ei mikään oikeesti kiinnostaa, ei ole mitään iloa. Ei mitään iloa. Kunhan vittu kulutan aika, kunnes kuolen. En mä tiedä, mut mä en halua olla negatiivinen niin kuin mun streameista ja ragetta ja niin poispäin. Mä oon ollut aika hyvä. Rupesi stressaamaan striimaamista ja niin poispäin niin paljon, että mä sit olin niinku 10 päivää pois Twitteristä ja kaikesta. Kun rupes stressaa liian paljon. Mut mut sit kans mä en halua esittää täällä mitään mä en halua olla just niitä tyyppejä, että esittää, että kaikki on vaan ok. Mä oon tehnyt sitä koko elämän muutenkin ja ei enää. Vittu. Ei enää.
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
I saw you subscribe to my YouTube. I don't like tea. It's not that I don't like it, but I don't enjoy it. And I don't, I only drink things I enjoy. ADHD, and that's why I don't water. Anyway. On mulla nyt tässä 3. kuppi nyt meneillään. Eli 1 kun mä heräsin 1 muutama tunti sitten ja nyt tässä on 3. Siellä on pikkasen vielä pannus. How the fuck did you just discover my YouTube? Like, that's been around. I was streaming to YouTube. That's where I started streaming DCS. And then I transferred to Twitch. How? I used to link YouTube video links in my... Wow. Blue Sky's been around for a couple months, but I'm not that active. It's there in case Twitter fucking just exploded. The link tree is only like 3 weeks old. And then I'm in Twitter jail again, but for 10 tweets for harassment. When the dude was fucking harassing me with psychiatry appointment, blah 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 tweets and whatnot. They rejected my report, but they let his go through. So this time I appealed them. And it won't start your Twitter jail countdown or that 7 days or whatever until you delete the tweets. But I'm not deleting them because I appealed them. I've never done an appeal before, so this might take a while. And then only after the appeal will the countdown start. So if they decline my appeal and then it's 7 days Twitter jail, I don't even drama anymore there. I externalize a lot there, so I don't fucking ruminate on it alone. I read that externalizing some of these ADHD ruminations can kind of quiet them down. Rumination, kun vittu jauha sama asia vittu päässä loputtomasti, niin kuin joku pien vittu selkaus tai jotain, niin vittu, niin kuin vittu noi jutut, no miksi mulla ei ole paljon kavereita, en vittu jaksa puhua asioista. Let's not talk about my crap. I'm sorry I started, but I felt like you needed an update. Man, yesterday and today and whatnot in fucking Tarkov have been going fucking amazing. Like, my survival rate was like 19%, right? Oh, wow. You can't. Oh, wow. Look at this. Alright, this is overall. My scav's been doing way better than my PMC. But my PMC survival percent, like 2 days ago, was 19%. 19. And I was operating between 30,000 rubles and 100,000. Right now I have 1.394. My stash is fucking full. And I have a little bit to get back in insurance. Okay, you're back? So, wait. I don't know if you heard any of it, but this is overall. My scav's been doing good. But PMC, like 2 days ago, 19% survival rate. Didn't have fucking flea market. Now, 31% survival rate. My stash is fucking full. I got shit to get back in insurance. And I have 1.3 mil in the bank. And I've already done a bunch of hideout upgrades. God damn it, man. This takes fucking ever. Come on. Did you just hear it now, though? Now look, shooting range, all of this. These are already at level 2. And now... Oh, fuck. And now we need to go to interchange to get these fucking... Yay, thank you for the subscription. No more ads. Lol. Hey, at least there's something you get from subbing. And your emote. Don't forget your emote. Right, I need to get that backpack, that little one, off me. But where the fuck was it? Oh, it was up there. So what the fuck did I move? I need to make some room. And I've gotten some PMCs and blah 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 blah. It's been going good. You know what? Anti-anxiety meds are great for when you play Tarkov. I have so much less anxiety playing this game now that I can actually play it. I was gone for 3 years. Like, I wasn't streaming, but like, I don't sit and watch Twitch. I mean, sometimes I'll watch the extravaganza for a little bit and pop into Yokas or fuck Outlaws, whatever, but just for a second. I don't watch Twitch. The extravaganza I'll watch a bit. He's from Ahvenanmaa. Um So yeah, I was gone for 3 years. For the past 3 weeks, if it's that long, you should have Lagaril. If it's that long, you should. You should, if it's been that long. Oh, it's not found in raid. I need to find a square. I need one of that. This MP5 is fucking dope. 2 lasers, and then 2 flashlight lasers. I've been loving this MP5. They redid recoil. I've even been getting... Yesterday I was running nothing but shotguns. It was crazy. I loved it. It was so much fun. I've been getting some fucking hip fire shots too now. And that's how I lose a lot of my fights, is because every time I get in a fight, I go to ADS. And it takes so much time. Like, if they can hip fire, you're fucked. It could be, but you should go get it checked out. Mix, not the 7mm buckshot, but the 8.5mm Magnum buckshot mixed with AP-20 armor penetrating slug. And then I might have some 7mm mixed in there a little bit too, just to save some money. We're at 1.5 mil now. And I haven't been like running down PvP. I've been trying to quest, and it makes a difference. Like taking your time and doing quests. I never fucking worried about scavs before, blah blah blah. Now whatever, scavs kills a kill. KD's up 2.71? No, 3.54. Scavs is 0.3. Yeah, well, just a mix of better buckshot, a little bit bigger pellets, and then armor piercing slug. Hey, we need to go to Interchange to go get Ollie Manifest, Goshen Manifest, and Idea Manifest. And we already did the tour where we had to hit the 5 stores. The bookstore task is going to come up. We already marked the fuel tankers. And for these manifests, we don't need a key. I have the map up. And we don't need to go into the center of the mall. We can go through the back to Ollie, to Goshen, and Idea. And that's what we're going to do. But yeah, and then like look at my stash was neat until about a week ago. Or no, until about 4 days ago when like I started doing good again. Like the beginning, it was kicking my fucking ass, man. Tarkov was totally fucking kicking my ass. Oh. Do I have an... Oh, I don't have an 8.7. The fucking shotguns were fun, man. Now this MP5, I've been running this all day. I ran one and then I lost it. And now I've been running this one. Well, not all day. I mean, I did run some things. It's not like I haven't died today. Died plenty. Everybody dies plenty in fucking Tarkov. Except Lindmark and those other streamers. And fuck that, man. I think those motherfuckers... I swear to God. Although, new computer and new headset, like, the audio world is totally different. I can fucking pick up on shit so much better. Freezing outside today and tomorrow I might just stay indoors. I've been staying indoors. It's fucking minus 20 here in Salo. Here we go now. My next guy. Ooh, and there's snow in Tarkov right now, which is kind of dope. Changes the audio world, and nighttime it's not really all that dark, although you still can't pick people out. Like if they got woods behind them and you're looking into the... You can't... Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just about to say, well, I ain't planning on going outdoors today either, but I have to go. I have to go to my aunt's to go and take a shower. Because I opened the faucets and cut the water to Navetta building where the sauna and the shower and the washing machine are. There's no way I'm fucking heating those pipes into this shit. So I can't take a shower here. And now it's been like 6 days. And Wednesday's the shrink. So I want to go take a shower. What is this doing now?
Going back.
I can't sit.
I wasn't finished reporting.
I can't
But
sit
when
in
Colonel
silence.
Found out that we were
So I have to.
Insisted that he be allowed
Stargate
to use
Universe,
the stones
my
to
favorite.
Preferably himself.
Ice swimming?
Yeah, well, I can wait. At least
what do you mean ice swimming? Like in for a shower? No. Now I also know why I hate fucking huge temperature changes and like hate getting in the shower. Like the temperature's got to be exactly 88. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm on. Well, ADHD is kind of on the spectrum, isn't it? But no, I have not been, and the ice is thick as fuck right now.
Negative. You don't have time for that. I need
Steph
you to locate
Boello
Colonel
actually
Telford.
drove
He's
his
not
car
answering
to
his
the
radio.
island.
Roger that, sir. We're coming right around.
Scott, say again. You were cut off.
Hey, so it'll pause it, but it won't unpause it.
We found the colonel, sir.
He's dead. Where's Rush?
He's right beside me. I don't know where the other one is.
I do.
Oh,
Hey,
great.
hey,
Now I'm getting
Rush!
ping shit again.
Sir, Rush just ran off on me.
Let him go.
Sir.
You only have a few minutes before the shield fails. Let
I
him
don't
go.
even
That
know
is
how
your
thick
orders.
it is. I haven't even measured it. Last time I measured it, it was 18 centimeters, and that was like fucking ages ago. But there's a shit ton of snow on top. I know. I know you can. That's why I was explaining. Oh yeah. I actually have to go inside now. Those footsteps, like really far away. And actually, what's my exfil? Which way should I start? Railway. So yeah, I should start at Emercom, then hit ID Goshan, and then hit Idea, and come out back and swing around to yeah. I just don't want to rush the entrance at the beginning and get in a firefight with a dude and then win that fight and have the dude that comes up next because everybody's rushing the fucking entrances. Oh yeah, and you can do this now too, which is dope for peeking corners or hip firing around corners. It was Stargate Universe. Fuck me. He knows I'm here now. Fuck, where is he? Where did that fucker go? Like, I saw him, and then he stopped. I thought he stopped right there on the other side of the fucking container. Now I'm kind of fucked. I think he's in that depression on the left. And he's got all kinds of cover. And for me to get anywhere where I can see him, I won't have any cover. Level 42? She had a Tetris already? How the fuck did he have a Tetris? Now we need to renag. That was really sloppy hip fire, but... Player, level 42, dude. and he had a Tetris, and like, how did he already have a Tetris? That's what I'd like to know. Less than half. Rip at the bottom and Full Metal Jacket up top. About half. Shit. Stop already. Well, you weren't here long. Mut hei, mukavaa, että pistäydyit. Kiitos suvista YouTubessa. Ja, jos se yskä pahene, tai ei ole niin kuin seuraavassa muutamassa päivässä parantunut yhtään, mene vittu lääkärillä. Oikeesti. Mun täytyy sanoa, niin kuin, vittu, mä toivon niin paljon nykyään, että mä olisin huolehtinut omasta terveydestäni enemmän kuin mä olin nuorempi. Vittu, oikein jalka paskana, vittu pää paskana, vittu kaikki vittu paskana. Oi, iltapäivällä mun täytyy mennä sinne tädin luo suihku ja sit mun täytyy whatever. What a fucking flashbang. And okay, I need to do something with that Tetris. We need to do that. And that. Was he a bear? Fuck, I need 2 fucking USEC kills. I didn't take any hits on that. Too heavy. Still too heavy. Why didn't I do that immediately? Oh no, 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 no! No, 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 no! No! Come on, let me back in. Fuck you. Let me back in.
It was an accident. I believe you. But they won't. No. Tell me.
Let me in, let me in, let me in.
What really happened? I told you what happened. And so now you're trying to decide whether or not to sit in that chair. Or wouldn't you in my place? I'm not sure if even the knowledge of the ancients can help you now. Well, I really don't have anything to lose at this point.
Let me in, 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 let me in.
Just proved that, haven't we? So what are you waiting for? I need your help.
Fuck me! Of course. Fucking game, man.
Goodbye.
God damn it. Stupid fucking. Be right back. I need to refill my coffee.
Welcome.
Fucking game.
Oh, okay.
Nicholas?
Yeah.
Where's the other Rush?
I don't know.
You told Scott you knew where he went.
I was wrong. I went looking for him, couldn't find him.
Well, maybe he decided to go down with the ship.
Doesn't sound like me.
Still, you must be pleased about one thing.
What's that?
Well, we can fix the ship. Get on with the mission.
Yeah, of course. Get on with the mission.
Fucking game had to fucking fuck me like that.
may be on the verge of discovering the true nature of Destiny's mission.
You've had control of this ship the whole time! Why wouldn't you tell anyone?
The Lucian Alliance is planning an attack on Earth.
I killed Riley. I suffocated him with my own hands.
You are a good commander.
There is no mission other than getting these people home.
It was never about going home. It's about getting us to where we're going. That is the mission.
You were in detention, for good reason. I was just wondering what to do about it now.
That's not up to you.
Hey, cover!
Homeworld Command needs the intel they're providing, and it's quite possible that these prisoners have information that could help head off that attack.
Gin and I figured out how to dial the 9th chevron back to Earth while Destiny recharges in a star.
Somehow, I've come back through time. Tell them not to try and dial it out. It won't work. They're all gonna die.
Stop trying to scare people and get on with this.
Wait 3 seconds and follow me!
The connection was made, and you were the only one who made it through to Earth.
Welcome back, David.
Everett, what the hell happened?
That's gonna take some explaining.
To the best of our knowledge, the connection was only viable for a few moments, which is why you were the only one who made it through.
So where'd everyone else go?
The likely answer is they were simply killed in an unstable wormhole.
The other me?
He died, trying to retrieve some valuable hardware from the other Destiny. It was an accident. David, it's a lot to process.
No, I get it. Sort of. Anyway, I've been around the program long enough to know this stuff happens. But good luck trying to explain it to Senator Michaels.
You head of the Off-World Spending Committee.
I've got to head back, but she's coming on board. She'll want a post-mortem on his latest fiasco, but what she's really interested in is Russia's little signal from God.
I never called it that.
Well, that's what a lot of them are calling it back home. It's created a bit of a stir.
They want to know if it's worth spending the money to get another Icarus base up and running.
Yep, even if they do, and they find another planet and make a connection, it's still only a one-way trip. You, me, and everyone on this ship aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get supplies.
I should switch with the Senator. Talk to my people. Find out how this is all playing with our international partners.
All right. We'll need a male volunteer as well. She's bringing a scientist with her to confirm Russia's findings.
Oh, well, in that case, I know the perfect candidate.
Camille.
He's the only one on board who hasn't used the stones to go back.
And he keeps turning it down.
Oh, then maybe you should order him to go. He was borderline unstable when we came on board. If anyone can use some time off.
All right, I will make that happen.
This was your idea, wasn't it?
We don't have all day, Sergeant.
I don't need R&R.
Yeah, I get it. You're the perfect soldier. No rest, no weakness, no fear. Now, can we get this over with?
Identify yourself.
What's going on?
Identify yourself now.
I'm Camille Ray. This is Master Sergeant Ronald Greer.
Authentication code.
1700586. What is going on? This is a scheduled connection.
Eddie, Sergeant. Sorry about this, Camille. Senator Michaels and Dr. Culver were briefed, but there was no time to warn you. We are at a heightened terrorist threat level.
What happened?
Nothing yet, but intel says that the Lucian Alliance is on the verge of launching an attack. Homeworld Command is the target.
That's so loud.
Does anyone know this guy that they're sending to check up on us?
Supposedly he's the new head of research at Stargate Command. Hubble or Shovel, something like that.
It's Cobble. Dr. Andrew Cobble. We worked together for a short time at Cornell before we were both recruited into the program.
Rush, come in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Our guests have arrived.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
So, what's he like?
I didn't know him that well, actually.
But you said you worked with him.
Yeah, well, what can I tell you? He's the type of man who likes to keep secrets.
Yeah, we know the type.
Incredible. The design predates any ancient technology we've seen in the Milky Way or Pegasus.
It's a pretty big ship. Anywhere in particular you'd like to start?
I'd like to start by clearing something up. Given recent events, I would like to know once and for all if we're closing the book on the feasibility of dialing within a star.
No, I'm not the man you should be asking.
Your first order of business was supposed to be to get these people home.
Presumably without killing them.
If I'm not mistaken, all of our people signed off on it.
Numbers were good. But it's true, conditions inside a star are unpredictable. It's just unfortunate that the other Destiny was lost before anyone had a chance to go over the logs.
We needed those spare parts. There wasn't a lot of time.
It's understandable. Unfortunately, it means we have no idea what really happened.
You're assuming the other Rush was lying.
My impressions of the man, Colonel, are based entirely on your reports.
We've had our differences, but this time I was prepared to support him. Stay behind as long as we had enough volunteers to keep the mission going.
Oh, sorry I'm late. Problems with power distribution as usual.
Dr. Rush, Senator Michaels. I believe you know Dr. Covell.
Andrew?
Nicholas, good to see you.
So, what are we talking about?
I was just telling Colonel Young how I'd like to see Chloe. I was very good friends with her father, and I've known her since she was a little girl.
Sure. She's on the bridge. I'll take you to her.
Is that what I think it is?
We're sweeping the building for radiation. The Alliance has managed to infiltrate a couple of our off-world bases and plant Quadria bombs.
All clear, sir.
Thank you. Carry on.
Yes, sir.
We have escorts waiting for both of you outside. They'll take you wherever you need to go.
All due respect, sir, with everything going on, I think I'd like to stay right here.
Appreciate the thought, Master Sergeant, but we've got this.
I know these people, Colonel. I've dealt with them. Unlike some of us, I never trusted them.
I'll keep that under advisement. But for now, you're dismissed.
Yes, sir.
Nice.
Chloe?
Senator Michaels? Is it you?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Hi, sweetheart. Look at you.
Wow. Welcome to the Destiny.
Can't believe it. Well, what are you doing?
Oh, I was just going over the ship's FTL jump logs. We're trying to improve the accuracy of manual navigation.
Really?
It's the new me. What do you think?
Well, I think I'd like to leave the science and technology to somebody else for a few moments so we can talk, if that's okay with you.
Go ahead, Chloe. You can finish this later.
All right, come on, I'll show you around.
All right.
Well, I have to say, Nicholas, I'm impressed. I think I'm starting to understand the passion you had for this mission even before you found the signal. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Master Sergeant, wait.
I'm off duty, right?
Yes.
Then I don't have to talk to you.
You know, if you go into this assuming it's a waste of time, it probably will be.
Do you have any idea what's going on here?
We've known about the Lucian Alliance threat for a long time.
And too bad we didn't do anything about it.
I did do something about it. Those prisoners gave us valuable intelligence.
Maybe they were just feeding us a line while we gave them food and shelter and put our own people at risk.
You don't know what... What's happening?
That's income. No.
What are you doing?
You have to go for...
Let go of me! Where? No, we gotta get out of here!
I don't know how you do it. I would have gone crazy in 2 weeks, locked up in a place like this, let alone a whole year.
Well, it's not like we never get outside. We gate to planets all the time.
I spoke to your mom the other day.
How's she doing?
She's holding up, you know. It's not easy, but she's holding up. I'm so sorry, Chloe. We should have gotten you home long ago.
It's not just me.
Look. Everyone else on this ship, with the exception of Mr. Wallace, is a member of Stargate Command.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they signed up for this.
Maybe not. But it does mean that sooner or later, they were going to wind up on some obscure planet doing God knows what kind of research that may or may not ever have seen the light of day on Earth. Now, don't get me wrong. I realize the potential of all of that. But I never once thought that life was for you. Your father had such plans. Now you're stuck here. I'm sorry, it just seems like such a waste.
Colonel! You all right?
Yeah, I think so. What happened?
We don't know yet. We're still getting damage reports.
All right, keep moving. Let's go, folks.
God damn it.
Hey. You all right?
What happened?
I don't know. It sounded like an explosion.
Lucian Alliance.
Kid. You're bleeding.
We gotta find out what's going on.
Oh, no. No, I don't think you should be moving. Hey. What is it?
My knee. It's twisted pretty bad. Oh, now what?
Looks like the explosion or whatever it was might have weakened the structure of the building.
You still want to stay here?
Give me a second.
This might hurt a bit. Is that too tight?
That's good.
All right. You ready to do this?
Let's get the hell out of here. I got it.
What? I think I'm listening to a recording that's over 1 million years old. Captured with technology I can't imagine. Processed and filtered using algorithms I don't even understand.
But you can see the structure.
Yes. I'm just not quite sure I believe it. Listen. I'll admit there's a lot of impressive data here. And if I could transmit it all back to Earth and get 20 of our best people working on this for the next 5 years, maybe I could confirm it. I can't do that. Hey, with the stones, it's basically word of mouth. I have to make a judgment call here. Do you have any idea what kind of a position that puts me in?
I know that you were offered Icarus before they gave it to me. And I know you turned it down. You couldn't see the potential.
I thought it was a bunch of mythological mumbo-jumbo about the gods and ultimate understanding.
Yeah, well, this proves you wrong.
We are talking about evidence of an intelligence present at the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Now, you can deny it all you like. They're going to call it proof of the existence of God. And for every politician that tries to take that and bend it for his own ends, there are going to be just as many, maybe more, who try to bury it, Nick. They'll try to bury it, and you along with it.
So what are you saying, Andrew? What are you trying to tell me? You don't want to pick a side because you're not sure which one's going to win.
Same old Nick.
What the fuck? Where did I put that
You never
shit?
make things easy, do you?
Ei juma fucking lauta muuten shit.
Got it.
Mihin vittu se nyt meni?
You hear that?
There.
Hello? You all right?
Yeah. I think so. I gotta get out of this place.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get you out of here.
Radio. Radio.
It's coming from somewhere back there.
I don't have time for this. I gotta get out of here now.
Maintain that, man. We're doing the best we can.
We got another one. He's dead.
See if he has a gun.
What do you need a gun for?
We're still trying to figure out what happened. We need to be prepared for whatever.
This is Camille Ray in Homeworld Command. Can anybody read this?
Camille, is that you?
David? Yes. I'm here with Greer and another survivor, Airman Evans.
What happened?
There's been an attack. The cloaked Alliance cargo ship was detected on approach. It crashed into the building on the inner north side.
But that's near the comm lab. If the stones were hit, we shouldn't be here.
That's affirmative. They must still be connected. Sergeant, get on that. Look, Camille, I've been talking with our intelligence people. They all agree. There's no way a lone cargo ship would try an attack on Homeworld Command without packing a little something extra.
Like what exactly?
We think there might be a bomb on board as yet unexploded. You have to get the hell out of there.
Found it. No, it's true. Look, I'm telling you. And in here we have our infirmary.
Hey, Colonel.
Lieutenant Johansson, this is Senator Michaels. We're giving her the tour. She's here to...
I'm here to assess the potential and long-term viability of this mission.
And this is Varro, one of our remaining Alliance guests.
Yes, I know. He's been helping me out, volunteering down here. He's actually got a pretty good understanding of first aid.
Just trying to keep myself useful.
Well, if you don't mind, I have a few things I would like to discuss with the lieutenant.
Of course.
Look, I know you've been under a lot of pressure, trying to keep all these people alive in some pretty difficult circumstances.
Well, it hasn't been easy, but things have been looking up since we got our hands on the full ancient database. There's some advanced medical knowledge, and I'm starting to get a better understanding of how some of their equipment works.
Well, must be a lot to digest, especially for someone with only a medic's training. No offense.
None taken. Look, if you're trying to say we'd be better off with a real doctor on board, you're right. I just don't think you're going to get a whole lot of eager volunteers.
Really? Why's that?
Knowing that there's a chance that they'll never go home.
Oh, man.
This doesn't look good.
Are you sure this is the way out?
Well, it's the way to what was the nearest exit.
David, this is Camille.
Go ahead.
Looks like our nearest way out is blocked. How's it coming with that bomb disposal unit?
So far, not so good. There's a lot of debris, they can't dig through it. We've got heavier equipment on the way, but by the time they get here... I don't know.
What kind of bomb are we talking about?
Intelligence suggests it's a weapons-grade Nequadria device with a probable yield of 50 to 70 megatons. We've already started evacuations.
All right, well, if you can't get in and we can't get out, then, maybe the best plan is for us to go for the bomb.
What?
You said impact was on the inner north side, near the comm lab? We shouldn't be too far.
You don't know anything about defusing bombs?
You can talk us through it.
No, I cannot allow you to volunteer for something like this. You're not even in your own bodies.
If that bomb goes off, these bodies will die along with everyone else, and if we're still connected, they'll kill us too. It's not much of a choice.
Eli Wallace. Yeah? Nick's famous young protege. Pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Dr. Andrew Covell.
Right. Nice to meet you.
People back at Stargate Command call you the Boy Wonder.
Does that make Rush my Batman? Guess not.
Adam Brody. Dale Volker. We work here too.
Good. Maybe you can help me.
What can we do for you?
I just want to know what you think.
About?
Everything. The ship, your role in it, next little discovery.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Maybe we should rest for a minute. I can hardly breathe.
It's the dust. It's in your lungs already.
We don't stop. We keep going.
Career, can you just this once not pretend to be invincible?
Can you just this once stop talking?
What is your problem?
You really want to know?
Yeah, I really want to know.
We're really gonna do this now.
My problem is people like you. People who talk, and meanwhile, nothing gets done.
No, that's not it.
So now you're gonna tell me something about me.
I know you.
You know a file and a desk. You don't know anything.
You're afraid of me.
You hear something?
You're afraid of what I do because I help people with their problems. But I can't do it unless they admit that they have problems in the first place, and that's just somewhere you won't go.
You need to just think you make a difference instead of just taking up space.
Shut up for a minute.
You're afraid that if you look inside yourself for even 1 second, you might find out that you're not invincible, that you're just as scared and vulnerable as the rest of us.
Just shut up! I can hear something. It's coming from over here. What is it?
It's the Geiger counter. The tech who was sweeping the building. There he is. Hey, can you hear us? We're gonna get you out. Oh, God! Oh.
You're okay, you're okay. It's okay. Just breathe. That doesn't sound good.
I don't know. I can't read this thing.
Here, give it to me. This area is flooded with radiation. It could be from the crash ship or from the bomb itself, but these are deadly levels.
What you're saying is if we stay here much longer, we could die.
No. I'm saying we're dead already.
So, what's the verdict?
Well, I've hardly completed my assessment, but I do have some concerns.
Such as?
Well, you know how long it took to get the first Icarus base up and running? Even if I were to get presidential approval tomorrow and we were to find a planet immediately, Still take another 6 months before we're ready to do a dial out.
And to be perfectly blunt, we're not sure you're going to survive that long. And more importantly, we're not sure Destiny's going to survive.
No, we've managed to hold it together so far.
Are you kidding me? You're the problem here. Since you and your people came on board, you've brought this ship to the brink of destruction repeatedly. It's a wonder this thing's flying at all.
Colonel, this is Brody. We're about to drop out of FTL.
That's understood. Heads up. The connection's going to be interrupted for a few seconds.
These bodies, we did this to them.
There was no way to know. Okay, it was the right call.
If we leave now, get out as fast as we can, we might still be okay.
I'm sorry, Airman, I really am. But we've already had lethal exposure.
You can't know that. You're not a scientist.
Maybe not, but I've worked with enough of them to pick up a few things.
What the hell's going on?
What is this? What's happening?
Let me see that. In your hand.
Colonel.
We just dropped out.
There's been an attack. Lucian Alliance. There's a bomb, Nequadria. Radiation leaking. We're trying to get to it, but...
Senator.
Oh my God. Homeworld Command.
What happened?
The connection was interrupted. You think they got the gist of what I was trying to say?
If he didn't, the other two can fill him in. They've seen it for themselves now. Evans, what the hell?
Put the gun down. Put it down now, or I'll kill her.
Are we sure this is a good idea? I mean, your people are already on the ground. They know the situation. We could just make things worse.
We won't wipe the stones. We'll just disconnect long enough to get a full report. Then we will bring you back and let you know what's happening. Go ahead.
Nothing happened.
Shut the device off.
We're still here.
Airman, what the hell are you doing?
I'm not gonna die in here. We're gonna turn around and find another way out.
You're freaking out. I understand. But this isn't gonna help.
Shoot him. Even if he kills me, you can still get to the bomb.
Camille.
It's an act. If you give him the gun, he'll kill us both. He's Lucian Alliance.
You sure he was one of them?
There was something wrong about him from the start. And he knew I wasn't a scientist.
Nope, that doesn't work. Fuck you. Here's somebody. Still overweight.
Фары врубай, Вадю!
only a scab. This is just the one I shot at, though. I did hit him. Now we need to go to idea. And first few not available first few seconds of a stream. Lol.
But I never told him that. All he knew was my name.
You sure he was one of them?
There was something wrong about him from the start. And he knew I wasn't a scientist, but I never told him that. All he knew was my name.
Tougher getting files on all of us.
Clan tattoo. He was probably the pilot.
Think there's any more like him around here?
I doubt it. I mean, my guess is that the plan was to land the ship cloaked on the roof or somewhere nearby, and then just walk away.
Nice catch.
The radiation's spiking. I think we're getting close.
Can we make it through?
Yeah, I think we can make it through here. We'll have to crawl, though. Sorry.
No, don't worry about me.
Right.
Well, that's interesting. This shouldn't be happening.
What do you mean?
The stones work in pairs, they're linked. In order for a connection to be shut off, the command has to be received at both ends.
We've seen radiation cut the signal off before.
Yes, but in this case, the transfer's still in place, which means the signal must be getting through.
The radiation must only be affecting command protocols, nothing else.
There may be a way to boost that specific portion of the signal or alter it in order to get it past the interference. I've done a fair amount of research in this technology. I can help.
Colonel, Varro would like to speak with you.
Tamara told me what happened. I realize I'm probably the last person you want to talk to right now, but I think I can help.
How?
I can tell you how to defuse that bomb.
I see the hull of the ship. We're almost there. Watch your head.
Is that it?
Yeah. It's the source of the radiation. David, this is Camille. I think we found our bomb. David, come in. This is Camille Ray. Is anybody reading this? Too much interference.
So much for Plan A.
gonna have to do this on our own.
The Alliance uses a pretty simple design for its Quadria bombs. The tricky part is it'll be protected by a hologram shell, so whoever disarms it will have to do so by feel. The trigger wire is a slightly thinner gauge, probably threaded. It's the only way to distinguish it.
How do we know any of what you're saying is true?
I've worked with these devices before.
That's not what I meant.
I didn't know about the attack, Colonel. If I did, I would have warned you.
Sir, I think he's telling the truth.
Oh, I know you do.
Well, it won't matter anyway if Rush can't get those stones to disconnect.
Maybe not. If it really is this simple, maybe it's something that can be explained quickly, like, say, in a few seconds.
An FTL jump. You deliberately interrupt the connection. We can't do that. We just dropped out. We jumped this soon, we're gonna damage the engines.
Catastrophic, or is it something we can live with?
Something we can live with, I think. But it'll be a one-shot deal. Once we're back in FTL, if we force an early drop, we're gonna blow the engines completely.
We're talking about 10, maybe 12 seconds at the most.
What do you think? Enough time?
Yeah, I think I can get the message across.
Must be on a timer. The pilot probably wanted to give himself a chance to get to a safe distance.
How long?
No way to know for sure, but it's been a while since the crash.
So it could go off any second.
Yeah, it's possible that it was damaged and it's not going to go off at all.
Or it could go off any second.
I'm going to try something. I think it's some kind of hologram. The bomb's underneath. I can feel it. I'm gonna have to do this blind.
Do what exactly?
I haven't quite figured that part out yet.
Senator, there you are. We need you. We're going to try and force an FTL jump.
Yes, I know, based on the word of some Alliance soldier.
Look, I'm not sure we have a lot of choice.
I shouldn't even be here. You know, I had people on my own committee telling me this was a waste of time, that our only priority should be the Alliance threat. And I didn't listen to them.
Look, I know you're worried about people back home. I am too. But you're wrong about Destiny. You know, the other Rush said that in his timeline, I was one of the people who volunteered to stay.
And you really think you would have done that?
My father died so that we could all go on. And I have to believe that it was for a reason. I feel like I'm part of something here. Something important.
Okay, there's a large cylindrical piece and some kind of gasket on the end. There's a lot of wires. I don't know. I mean, I could start pulling at things randomly, but...
Listen, outer shell is holographic. Inside crown is panel removed with pin. The trigger wire is slightly thinner, threaded coarse. Don't pull the wire, will detonate. Pop the linchpin by applying pressure to the base and...
Okay. Okay, we need here.
I got one.
What happened? Did they understand it?
I don't know.
Colonel Young, this is Rush in the communications lab. There's something you need to see.
I'm on my way.
I got it.
Now the trigger wire is threaded. Find it, but don't pull.
Yeah, I know. It will blow up. Okay, now what?
You didn't hear.
No. I missed the last part. I was hoping that you...
So what are we looking at?
Well, this is the enhanced command signal. It's now embedded within the frequencies of the mind transfer itself.
Wait, are you saying you can shut down the connection?
Oh, yeah. And I would have done a lot earlier. If Dr. Koval hadn't been sabotaging our efforts.
What?
He altered one of the key algorithms I checked.
Okay, I did it. You have to understand that when we went back and I saw that Geiger counter, the radiation levels, they're not survivable.
What are you saying?
Our bodies, they're as good as dead, and I panicked, and I needed some time to think.
You know what happens when someone dies at the end of a connection?
No, because Dr. Perry was in a weak condition. It is possible that a healthy person could have survived.
So wait a minute, what did you do? You decided to help yourself to this new body? Is that what you did?
Why do they get to live and we don't? They put us in this position. It was easy for them to take a risk because they weren't going to have to suffer the consequences.
Colonel Young, could you get Varro down here? He can go over the instructions again and you can send us back.
I'm not going.
You don't have a choice.
We should try again, okay? We know which wire is the trigger.
He said not to pull it.
So we find another way to release it.
Yeah, and if we're wrong, this bomb blows up.
It's gonna blow up anyway, right?
The
So
fuck
what do we
am I
have to
gonna do
lose?
now?
But what about all the people out there? The people that we have to assume are being evacuated from this area. Every second gives more of them a chance to get as far away from here as possible.
You're right. So we just wait for it to happen.
You know,
The fuck am I
sorry
gonna
we
do?
never got along better. It's just we see things differently. You know, you like to take action, and I like to talk things through.
Well, we're here now. And we're not going anywhere. So let's talk.
Can't think of anything else to say.
Remember, don't pull the wire.
No, I've got it.
You're sure? You ready for this?
Just one more thing, Colonel. Could you tell Chloe that I'm proud of her?
Of course.
Have you heard anything?
Not yet.
We've been back for hours.
I know. We're gonna keep someone on the stones 24/7 until we get a connection.
If we get a connection. I heard you have a friend who lives in D.C.
Sharon. She's, more than a friend, actually. Wish I could talk to her one more time, you know? Tell her how much she means to me.
Yeah. Been thinking about my mom. You know, things that haven't really been that good between us. She never really wanted me to join the military. Last time I saw her, I didn't really say everything that I wanted to say.
She's your mother, Ron. She knows. Anyway, I'm sure this will all get resolved, and you can go and tell her yourself soon enough.
Right. Soon enough.
God damn. That sounded good. That always sounds good.
I may be on the verge of discovering the true nature of Destiny's mission.
You've had control of this ship the whole time! Why wouldn't you tell anyone?
The Lucian Alliance is planning an attack on Earth.
I killed Riley. I suffocated him with my own hands.
You are a good commander.
There is no mission other than getting these people home. It was never about going home. It's about getting us to where we're going. That is the mission.
Now, if ever you were gonna have a chance with anyone, this is probably it.
I've thought a lot about you.
We need to talk.
I'm sorry?
Where's Gin?
She's on Earth.
Being told Homeworld Command that Simeon had intelligence about an attack that was being planned against Earth. And then he killed Gin.
Amanda Perry is dead.
There's been an attack. We think there might be a bomb on board as yet unexploded.
I think I can help. I can tell you how to defuse that bomb.
Have you heard anything?
Not yet.
Day 6. Shifts running continuously around the clock. Just like you ordered. But still no connection.
I'm up next. You okay?
Yes, leg fell asleep.
Okay.
Checkmate. Again. You might want to put a bit of effort into it this time.
Doesn't it bother you? We don't know if that bomb was defused in time.
You worried about your mum?
I'm worried about everyone.
So? Again. Come on, take your mind off it for half an hour or so. A couple of minutes where you're playing.
Also sprach Zarathustra. It's a theme from 2001: A Space Odyssey.
So why didn't you just say that?
Because that's not what it's called. It's called Also sprach Zarathustra. Thus spoke Zarathustra by Strauss.
Yeah, but nobody knows it by that name, so why not just say the name?
Look,
that
you
people
asked me what
know
my favorite piece of music was, and I'm just telling you. That's
Yeah, I'm just saying.
what it
that
is. It's the one piece that reminds me of the very moment I wanted to be an astrophysicist.
Right, when you saw 2001?
Yes.
That's my point, that people know that song only because of the movie.
It's not a song, Brody.
Oh, it's not a song now? You all right?
Yes, it's you. You get me wound up with your stupid...
Hey. Colonel Young, this is Brody. Come in.
Go ahead.
I think we have a connection.
You're aboard the Destiny. I'm Colonel Young. Who are you?
I'm Gin. What happened? I had some trouble breathing at first. Dr. Perry's condition was difficult to adjust to. Eli.
Again. It's you? Really?
What happened then?
Your people from Homeworld Security asked me questions about the Lucian Alliance. I answered as best I could, and then... nothing.
Nothing.
It's strange. One moment I was answering questions, and the next thing I knew, I was sitting here. What happened? Why didn't I return to my own body?
Gin, while you were connected to Dr. Perry, one of your people, Simeon, he killed you. And we received confirmation that Dr. Perry died on Earth as well.
That can't be true. Then how am I still here?
Oh, phone call.
Hey, TJ. You burning the midnight oil?
Well, since Rush broke Destiny's master code, all these ancient medical devices are now accessible to us, so... kind of taking a crash course, and then all that would help if I were fluent in ancient. You okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm, feeling a little under the weather. Trouble sleeping. I was wondering if you could give me something. Good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Yeah, sure. Hang on. I got just the thing. Let's see. Here, just gonna take this, mix it with water. Give it about half hour or so, and it'll calm you down, help you relax, and maybe...
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, obviously we don't know as much about the stones as we thought.
Look, Gin was murdered. So therefore, the connection wasn't properly severed at the communication device. That perhaps her consciousness became displaced.
Displaced? Floating around. Like a radio signal? Chloe just happened to be the one to tune into it.
But why her? We've had people in Stone City around the clock for days now. Why didn't any of them connect with Gin?
Well, perhaps because Chloe was the only one to fall asleep. Her consciousness relaxed just enough to allow an opening for a connection. Well, I don't know, Colonel. It's just conjecture at this point.
I'm sorry, but the bigger question here is, if Gin isn't Chloe's body, whose body is Chloe connected to?
How long have you been feeling like this?
A few days now.
Few meaning?
A week, maybe 2. Maybe a month.
Your blood pressure's high. 176 over 110.
I used to take blood pressure pills, hypertension. I ran out shortly after we got to Destiny.
Why didn't you tell me?
There's nothing you could do about it. It's not like you could write me another prescription.
No, I have medicinals that could help. Tea leaves have been effective in improving circulation.
TJ, I was feeling fine. I didn't think it was a problem.
Hypertension is often symptomless, but dangerous. Didn't your doctor tell you this? Okay. Look, one of these ancient machines is used for diagnostics, including blood work, so I'm going to run a few tests.
I just think a good night's sleep is all I'm going to need.
Probably. Let's just be sure, okay?
Alright, love you, Mike.
Nothing.
Because Chloe was the only one to fall asleep.
And then all that would help if I were fluent in ancient. You okay?
Oh, yeah. I'm, feeling a little under the weather. Trouble sleeping. I was wondering if you could give me something. Good night's sleep would do me wonders.
Yeah, sure. Hang on. I got just the thing. Let's see. Here, just gonna take this, mix it with water, give it about half hour or so, and it'll calm you down, help you relax, and maybe...
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, obviously we don't know as much about the stones as we thought.
Look, Ginn was murdered. So therefore, the connection wasn't properly severed at the communication device. That perhaps our consciousness became displaced.
Displaced? Floating around. Like a radio signal? Chloe just happened to be the one to tune into it.
But why her? We've had people in Stone City around the clock for days now. Why didn't any of them connect with Ginn?
Well, perhaps because Chloe was the only one to fall asleep. Her consciousness relaxed just enough to allow an opening for a connection. Well, I don't know, Colonel. It's just conjecture at this point.
I'm sorry, but the bigger question here is, if Ginn is in Chloe's body, whose body is Chloe connected to?
How long have you been feeling like this?
A few days now.
Few meaning?
A week, maybe 2. Maybe a month.
Your blood pressure's high. 176 over 110.
I used to take blood pressure pills, hypertension. I ran out shortly after we got to Destiny.
Why didn't you tell me?
There's nothing you could do about it. It's not like you could write me another prescription.
No, I have medicinals that could help. Tea leaves have been effective in improving circulation.
TJ, I was feeling fine. I didn't think it was a problem.
Hypertension is often symptomless, but dangerous. Didn't your doctor tell you this? Okay. Like, one of these ancient machines is used for diagnostics, including blood work, so I'm gonna run a few tests.
I just think a good night's sleep is all I'm gonna need.
Probably. Let's just be sure, okay? Nothing.
So, whoever Chloe's connected to, they're definitely not on Earth.
Wow, look at that face. That could only mean good news, right?
May I come in?
Yeah.
Your kidneys are failing. End-stage renal disease.
Both of them?
Kidney disease tends to attack both kidneys at the same time.
Okay. Okay, can we do anything? Any of your medicinals?
No. The problem with kidney disease is by the time you have symptoms, it's already too far advanced. On Earth, the next step would be dialysis.
The machines in the infirmary, do any of them?
No. I already checked. It's mostly testing equipment, some devices for use during surgery, but nothing for dialysis. The only other option for treatment would be a transplant.
Lush killed him?
Chase him halfway across a desert planet. I wanted to go too, but...
Oh, I'm glad you didn't. I'd hate to see you get hurt.
Hey, I wasn't gonna get hurt. I was just so... I had to do something. You know, after what he did, I wasn't... Whoa. No, it's just...
I'm sorry.
No. It's okay. Believe me, there's
I should
nothing
go
more
to
I want to do
town,
right now
take
than
my
kiss
shower.
you.
What's gonna happen to me? Is there any way that I can get back into my own body?
That is such a weird sentence.
After the next planet we stopped at, It was beautiful. We buried your body there. Had a memorial service. It was,
Then where will I return to?
I don't know. I mean, we don't even know who Chloe is connected to on the other end. If she's safe.
I've been trying to remember more, but I just can't.
What's wrong? Get it.
Help! Somebody help!
Hey. You all right? What just happened?
I don't know.
I'll be right back. As far as I can tell, there's nothing physically wrong with her.
So do you have any idea what caused it?
I have no idea.
It was weird. We were just talking, and then suddenly she was choking. No reason.
Well, Gin was strangled by Simeon. Now, brain function is really just a series of electrical signals. Energy, which is no doubt the foundation of how the stones work. Now, she was murdered before. She was disconnected.
So, what? The energy was disrupted, resulting in some kind of glitch that made her replay the event?
Do you think we should disconnect the stone?
If we disconnect, who knows what'll happen again? We may not be able to get her back.
Eli, she has another attack. Chloe could be harmed.
But TJ just said there's nothing physically wrong with her. I just think that we should study this. See if there's some way that we can save Gin without harming either.
I agree. Warrants for the study.
All right, let's go ahead. We'll keep an eye on her. Hopefully this is a one-time event.
Sir, there's something else I need to talk to you about.
Transplant. Awesome.
As soon as possible.
Well, we can't connect to Earth, so using the stones to bring a doctor on board is out of the question.
Yes, sir.
Given the obvious limitations of the ship, is that type of surgery even possible here?
Oh, we have access to more ancient devices as well as a pretty extensive medical database in this rush crack the code.
Anything in there about organ transplants?
Probably. I don't know. I've just begun to search through it all.
All right, well, sounds like you got to get back at it.
Sir, listen, in order to do this procedure, we're going to need a compatible donor.
Well, you have the records of everybody's blood type.
We're also going to need to tissue type to get a thorough match.
Okay.
It's going to be extremely difficult. There's not that many people on board this ship. To get an adequate match, it's a long shot at best.
TJ, it's just first things first. Start testing. Let's see if this is even possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
TJ?
Oh, hey. Thanks for coming. I cross-checked blood types. There's 18 people on board the ship who are compatible with Dr. Volker. Among them are you two. It's not too complicated. I just need to draw some blood, if that's okay.
Let's do it.
You first.
I'm a Marine. We're always first.
So, what are the chances of getting a good match here?
Oh, it's a matter of degrees. We're looking for certain genetic markers on white blood cells. No one on board the ship is related to them, so that rules out the best possible match. But hopefully we can find one close enough that warrants doing the transplant.
TJ, it's gonna be okay. You can do this.
Yeah. Piece of cake.
How's it going?
Wow, Rush has some ideas, but we're still working on it. How are you doing?
I feel different. It's not like the last time I used the communication stones.
What's different? I mean, aside from the choking part.
Something just doesn't feel right.
We're gonna figure out what's going on here. I promise. I'm not gonna lose you again.
Wow, now we really are running out of...
Heard about Dr. Volker.
Yeah, tough break.
You know, this surgery is fraught with danger. Even in the best of circumstances.
Are you compatible?
Sorry?
Your blood type, are you compatible?
No.
I'm just checking. Go on.
Look, I don't want to lose anyone on this ship, Colonel, but the fact is a transplant risks not just one life, but two.
I'm not just going to sit back and let the man die without at least trying to figure out something.
TJ, we need you in Gen's quarters now!
I'm on my way.
Hurry!
Eli, what's happening to me?
Gen.
No! Help me!
Chloe?
No, Gin. What happened?
You had another choking attack. You switched with Chloe for a minute there.
Look, when you switched with her, where did you go? Was there anyone else there with you?
No, I don't, I remember not being able to breathe, and then I woke up here. Just now.
Colonel?
Yeah?
I checked with Corporal Barnes. Connection wasn't cut at any time.
Really?
Then how was Chloe able to switch back with her?
So I don't believe that Chloe is connected with anyone at the other end. I believe her consciousness has been in her own body the entire time.
Suppressed by Gens?
How is that possible?
I don't know. I have to further study the communication device.
We should pull the stone.
No. Find out why this is happening first.
Not at the risk of Chloe's
This
life,
is crucial for
Rush.
understanding how these communication systems
Figure
work.
it out, okay? Because the next time she has an attack, I'm going to pull a stone.
No, you can't.
No hesitation.
I don't want to hurt Chloe.
Yeah, I know you do.
I agree with Colonel Young. If I start choking again, disconnect me.
Hopefully we find a solution before then.
Solution?
To the situation. Chloe?
What's going on here?
Is it you?
Yes. Matt, what happened?
Gin connected with you when you used the communication stones.
Gin? Oh, I thought she was dead.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine.
Corporal Barnes, you just disconnect the stones?
No, sir. Still active.
What do you mean? She's still connected to me?
Do you feel any different? Can you sense someone else, inside your brain?
What?
Gin?
Yes.
Oh man, this is nuts.
What happened?
You switched with Chloe for a moment there.
Wait a minute, you don't remember it?
No. It's all so strange. I feel weaker.
Here, sit down.
I'm sorry, just excuse a second here. Okay, Eli? Hey, what?
I don't know. I mean, we can't be sure of anything until...
Eli?
Her energy might be decaying. The radio signal getting weaker, harder to keep tuned in. Matt, even without disconnecting the communication stone, we might not have much time before...
We're gonna do one scav raid and then I'm gonna end the stream and go take a shower in town. Then I might be back for a little bit
How's that
later.
translation program working for you? Good. A lot of information here, some good stuff about organ transplants.
Hey, you see this? According to the database, it's kind of a ligature device. Cuts and cauterizes at the same time.
I thought it did something like that, but I could never get it to work.
Hey, TJ, there's a whole section here on stem cell-like procedure for post-op anti-rejection. It's only 176 pages. A light afternoon reading.
Still a lot of other potential post-operative drawbacks. Infection, high blood pressure, erectile dysfunction.
Why is that funny?
After everything that's happened recently, we can't be sure this thing's even working properly anymore.
What is it you're trying to do?
We're trying to see if there's a way we can intercept Gin's signal and download it into the ship's memory banks.
Okay, then what? Well, what is she? Just another program in the ship's computer?
Well, she'll be preserved for the time being. till we can determine the viability of downloading our consciousness into another body.
Colonel,
TJ.
we have a match. 2, actually.
Tissue typing takes a look at 6 specific antigens in the blood of the recipient and the donor. The best compatibility, obviously, is a 6-antigen match. It happens most often in families. The 2 of you both have a 4-antigen match with Dr. Volker, which is surprisingly good, considering.
The equipment that you use, how accurate is it? Because I want to make sure...
I'll do it.
Sergeant, listen to me. There are a lot of risks involved in this procedure.
Ei,
You
tuikku
don't have
täytyy
to
odottaa.
decide right this instant. Think it over.
No need, sir. I'm good to go, Lieutenant.
The agents wrote about a procedure to eliminate post-operative rejection of transplanted organs. It involves removing bone marrow stem cells from the donor prior to surgery and then implanting them into the recipient at the time of the transplant. It produces a state called mixed chimerism, which is basically an immune system that blends elements of both the recipient and the donor.
You need some bone marrow, so go ahead and take it.
Okay. I can give you something to put you to sleep during the procedure.
Don't worry about it. We're short on meds. You don't need to waste any.
It's really painful, Ron. It requires sticking a large bore needle into your hip bone. The pressure...
The sooner you do it, the sooner it gets done.
I'm gonna need you laying on your
Tuikku
stomach.
odottaa, kohta mennään. Tarakan.
Thank you.
No big deal.
Well, yes, it is. It's a very big deal.
You do the same thing for me.
Okay.
Бумаги в руки и на промыслы, братва.
That came out of nowhere. Okay, I need to go to town. Take that shower. Etc. I'm gonna be ending the stream. Not that there's anyone here right now, and I might be back later.